Mr. Mayor, you are live.
We are streaming live. It is 5:05 p.m. We have a regular meeting of the governing body. And we'll begin with the Pledge of Allegiance, which will be led by Councillor Sig Lindell. We'll go to the salute for the New Mexico flag led by Councillor Chavez, invocation with Councilwoman Villarreal starting and then following by remembrances from all. Please rise and
Thank you. I am going to read an oldie but a goodie. It's what I would consider a council prayer, and it's called Echo. Life is an echo. What you send out comes back. What you sow, you reap. What you give, you get. What you see in others exists in you. Remember, life is an echo. It always gets back to you. So give goodness. May all our thoughts and that we have and the actions that we take tonight and always come from the awareness that what we send out to the world will surely return to us. So just wanted to send blessings to all of my colleagues. Thank you.
remembrances tonight. Well, we have no specific remembrances. Let's keep in our hearts and thoughts people in our community who are sick, people who are suffering, people who need help, people who are struggling. We are mindful of their needs and hope to be able to help. Let's take a minute and think on it. Thanks, everybody. Madam Clerk, can you please call the roll?
Weber. Sorry, Mayor Weber,
Present.
Councillor Cassett here, Councillor Chavez, Councillor Lee Garcia,
I'm sorry. Who are you calling?
Lee Garcia.
He has not yet made an appearance. I don't know if he's excused according to Councilman Villarreal.
Okay.
Is that right? He's out of town.
Okay. Councillor Michael Garcia,
Present.
Councillor Lindell. And I do have Councillor Rivera as excused. He did send an email to the writing notification.
Very good.
Councillor Merworth,
I'm here.
Councilwoman Villarreal,
Present.
you have a quorum, Mayor.
Thank you very much. Before we get to the approval of the agenda, are there proposed changes, Madam Clerk?
Yes, Mayor, we did have one proposed change, and that was to move item, excuse me, I apologize. Item 10, A, after executive session.
Okay, so we would,
Move to approve as amended.
there's a motion to approve the agenda as amended, and there's a second. Is there discussion? Madam Clerk, can you call that roll?
Councillor Cassett,
Yes.
Councillor Chavez,
Yes.
Councillor Michael Garcia,
Yes.
Councillor Lindell, Councillor Merworth,
Yes.
Councilwoman Villarreal,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes,
Motion has been approved.
thank you. And the consent agenda, are there nothing was taken off? Can I get a motion to approve the consent agenda?
Second.
Is there discussion? Madam Clerk?
Councillor Chavez,
Yes.
Councillor Michael Garcia,
Yes.
Councillor Lindell, Councillor Merworth,
Yes.
Councilwoman Villarreal,
Yes.
Councillor Cassett,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes.
Motion has been approved.
Thank you. That will then bring us to item 8, which I believe is presentations.
Yes, Mayor, the first item that we have for presentation is our audit update for fiscal year 21. And our finance director, Emily Oster, provides presentation.
Mike is not working very well tonight. Sorry.
Okay, I'll see. It might be,
Now you got us. Thank
might be a user error.
Well, you have to make sure it's plugged in is usually the first step. So we have a presentation on the audit update.
Yes, good evening, Mr.
Director
Mayor and
Oster.
members of the governing body. It is my pleasure to report to you this evening that the city met its goal of submitting the fiscal year 2021 audit to the state auditor's office on Friday, June 30th. So that is great news. It took work from our independent public accountant and our consultants with Clifton Larson Allen, and most of all, city staff through all departments to meet this goal. And I'm proud that we were able to achieve what I think is an important step towards getting caught up on our external audit requirements. We had an exit conference, which is required by the audit rule that was held on June 29th. The exit conference is a formal meeting that's held at the conclusion of the audit to present the draft audit report and discuss the auditor's opinions, findings, and recommendations. Pursuant to the state audit rule, that information that's discussed is not public until after the report is released by the Office of the State Auditor. The audit rule states that the agency personnel and the agency's independent public accountant shall not release the information until the audit report is released by the OSA and has become a public record. Let's see, other items of note regarding the FY21 audit. It is currently under review by the Office of the State Auditor. After that's complete, we will receive a notification that, of any comments or changes that the Office of the State Auditor identified that were needed as part of their review. That comes on what's called an OK to print communication. And then there's a 5-day window to get the report updated. The independent public accountant, which is in our case, Riggs Ingram, who's doing the external audit, they have 5 days to make those updates pursuant to the Office of the State Auditor OK to print communication, and then submit it back in final form to the Office of the State Auditor. They then conduct a final review and they issue a release letter. After that release letter, there's a 5-day period based on the State Audit Act, and then the report becomes a public record. And then after it becomes a public record, it will be presented by Riggs Ingram to you all at a governing body meeting. So those are what we can expect as far as next steps. So meanwhile, while the review is going on for FY21, we are moving forward with FY22. Finance staff met with Clifton Larson Allen and Riggs Ingram yesterday. We have Clifton Larson Allen team members. Chris Zuka is on site this week working with our team. And we have things that are going to be submitted by the end of this week and then by the end of the month to Riggs Ingram. So we are moving forward with FY22 as the review is being conducted on FY21. And Mr. Mayor and members of the governing body, that is my report for this evening on the status of the audits.
Terrific. Thank you. Questions? Councilor Garcia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Director Oster, for the update. I really appreciate it. And thank you for chugging along and good luck on getting 22 done. It's, you know, one hurdle, the next hurdle, and before you know it, it becomes repetitious and clearing hurdles in a 100-yard dash. So congratulations on getting that ball rolling successfully. Couple questions I got, and you did mention that the audit becomes public 5 days after. I think we mentioned last meeting that we can waive that, et cetera. But is it possible for myself or any of the governing body members to receive a copy of the audit submitted to the the State Auditor's Office?
Mr. Mayor and Councilor Garcia, until the report has been released, we can't distribute copies of it. The report will be posted on the Office of the State Auditor website. I would say that 5-day window could be an opportunity for members of the governing body to review the report before it becomes a public document. I think that's part of why that 5-day period exists, is to give, for example, governance an opportunity to see the report before it goes, onto the wide world of the internet. Does that answer your question?
It does, but I'm, as a policymaker for the city, I find it a little unusual that we wouldn't be able to receive confidential copies that obviously we wouldn't publish publicly, but we would be able to receive a version that was submitted to the state auditor's office. And so from what you're telling me is that how many people have seen the report besides yourself?
Mr. Mayor and Councilor Garcia, the full report, including the auditor's opinion, I believe just myself and the auditors and the person at Clifton Larson Allen who's helped us with drafting the report. That wasn't reviewed during the exit conference. We had a partial draft during the exit conference. So that, really is very limited distribution. Only the people that directly worked on the full draft have seen the full document.
Okay. And so I guess a follow-up to that is during the exit conference that we had for SWAMA that you were a part of, we received such bio that you had mentioned that is a very preliminary report. And then there's the more extensive report. Is it possible for myself or any of the governing body members to receive that same report?
Mr. Blair?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Garcia, I don't think we intend to share it with any of the governing body members. My analogy to you would be at the executive level, at the federal level, if the Biden administration is putting together a report or some sort of documentation, it doesn't automatically share drafts of it or earlier versions of it with the legislative body, with the Congress. There is a point in time in which that is shared. And so I think having spoken with Director Oster, our intent will be to share the final report with you when it's public.
Okay, thank you for that analogy, but I think we're in a bit different situation than the federal example you gave, given that, for example, when the state auditor sends us the letters notifying us that we're late or we're not meeting deadlines, it's our names that are on those letters. And so I would respectfully ask that I receive a copy of the preliminary report that was distributed during the exit conference. And I think I have the right to that report as a governing body member. So putting out that out there publicly, I don't think there's anything that disallows that request to be obliged. So with that being said, that's one request I've got. As we move forward with fiscal year 22, are we going to begin to determine dates? I know we had set June 30th for fiscal year 22 to be completed. Unfortunately, we didn't meet that. Is there a potential deadline date that we're working towards to get 22 submitted? Just because in my professional experience, when we work towards deadlines, we work to achieve those deadlines versus having an arbitrary date out there. We don't have a target to meet. So are we going to work towards setting a deadline for having the fiscal year 22 audit submitted?
Mr. Mayor and Councilor Garcia, our target at this point, our goal is to complete the FY23 audit by the state auditor's deadline, which is December 15th. So that's the goal at this point, is to complete FY22 and 23 by December 15th, which is the deadline set by the state auditor.
Okay, and I appreciate that we've got the fiscal year 23 deadline, but you can't complete the 23 without completing 22. So I'm a bit surprised we don't have some time frame we're looking at submitting this. That way we can know the work that's in front of us. The public deserves to know where we're at with this. And I would hope that we can begin to start to establish deadline dates for the fiscal year 22 audit as soon as we can. So with that, Mr. Mayor, no other questions. Thank you, Director Oster and your team for this heavy lift. I appreciate the work that went into this. It was a lot, given the cash that needed to be reconciled. I hope that was the process, and ultimately that all cash was reconciled throughout this process and, 18 months was a long time for us to get this in. I know majority of it wasn't on your watch, but at the end of the day, we as the public officials are held accountable, and we want to work towards being efficient and an effective government for the residents of Santa Fe. So thank you, Director Oster. I appreciate all the time and energy that you and your team put into this. No other questions, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. I think the city manager had a comment.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, if I may. I appreciate the notion of having a goal or a deadline around getting the audit submitted. I think that's a thing we've been working on at the senior staff level across all of our projects, having actual deadlines and holding staff accountable to get them done. With regard to the audits, it's proven a bit of a double-edged sword to articulate a deadline. For example, turning in the 21 audit, we said we would turn it in by the end of June. We met that goal. It was portrayed in the media as we got it in under the wire. It was the last minute thing and we did it. And I think there's no question in my mind that, and I'm hopeful that all members of the governing body would convey this to their residents, how hard Director Oster and her team are working, how hard the city and the staff are working to get this done, how hard the auditor and the audit prep team are working to get this done. And in the absence of us being able to say it will be done on October X or November Y or December Z, I'm hopeful that everyone will convey the extent to which Director Oster and her leadership team have been crushing it, that we're likely to get 3 fiscal audits done in 1 year. And that's a pretty big deal. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Mayor Wood.
Thank you, Mayor. Congratulations, Director Oster. I know how hard you yourself and your team have worked to get this done under extraordinary circumstances. So I think you have worked very hard, and I congratulate you for that work. I think what you're telling us is that in terms of a deadline, the outer utmost deadline is to have 2 audits complete by December 15th, 2023. That's the goal, correct?
Mr. Mayor and Councilor Romero-Worth, yes, the deadline that's set regulatorily, through the audit rule is December 15th. And my goal for finance and the city's goal is to be in compliance with that requirement by submitting our FY23 audit by December 15th. So
Right.
that's the goal that we're working towards.
And in order to do the FY23 audit, we're going to have to get the FY22 audit done. So I think, hopefully it will be very soon to follow. And then, of course, the outer deadline is having FY23 done by December 15th. So hopefully, and I would draw attention again to the fact that we have only budgeted for 1 audit in this coming fiscal year, or this fiscal year that we're in. So I think that is kind of it backs up the fact that it is your every intention to get these 2 audits done in the next, say, 6 months.
Mr. Mayor and Councilor Romero-Worth, I would also say that FY21 was the height of COVID, and there were challenges related to the global impacts of COVID. If we think back to what was happening 2 years ago in the summer of 2021, the world has changed a lot since that time period. So I'm confident that as the world began to recover and as vaccines became more widely available into FY22, and then of course Mr. Ricky Bejarano came on board as the chief accounting officer during FY22. Other key staff members joined the team in FY23. I think we're moving forward, and I'm optimistic and confident that FY22 is going to be easier than 21, and 23 will be even easier. The other thing about audits is the longer the amount of time that has passed since the period that's under audit, the more difficult it is to find records, the more, people's memories have faded. So it's easier to be audited for a period that's more recent. So, I feel optimistic about, our team's ability to meet our goal. And I think that in my opinion, the hardest part is behind us with FY 21 being submitted.
Right. And I guess I would also point out, we are still using Clifton Larson Allen as on contract to help support our city employees in getting this done. And they have been working with us very closely, working with you very closely in terms of the things you need. But they do have other audits. And so you are sometimes at the mercy of their schedules and other projects that they have.
And Mr. Mayor and Councilor Romero Worth, absolutely, both Carr-Riggs Ingram and Clifton Larson Allen are key partners in our efforts to get caught up on audits. Clifton Larson Allen, who used to be our external auditor, is now supporting us on the consulting side. And they're providing support to us in terms of preparing documents for the FY 22 audit. They're helping us with the close of FY 23, getting FY 24 open. So they have a dedicated team that's committed through the end of this calendar year to assisting us. They have 6. They're looking at adding 2 more this summer. That adds 8 staff to our bandwidth, which is tremendously helpful. And then on the Carr-Riggs Ingram side, one thing that is important to remember is that FY 21 is our first audit with Carr-Riggs Ingram. And the first audit is always a learning process for both the auditor and the auditee. It's kind of like any new relationship. We're getting to know each other and learning, the ins and outs and the specifics of how things operate. And so we're very fortunate to have the same team already rolling through into 22 and then staying on through FY 23 with Carr-Riggs Ingram. So that's another reason that I feel confident that 22 and 23 will go faster and more smoothly, because the auditors have, they've learned how the city operates and they've got all their stuff set up. And it's the first year is always the hardest and it always takes the longest.
Right. No, I think that's a great point. And, I don't want the public to think that there isn't a plan. Like there are steps that you take and there's an order to this. And you are asked for things both by our consultants, and you ask things of our consultants, and you are asked, and our external auditors in CRI are also asking you for things. So, and you are, to my knowledge, extraordinarily responsive in all those asks, and they have also been extraordinarily responsive in terms of the asks of them. So this isn't some chaotic process. There is a rhythm to it. There is steps. There is a process by which you get an audit completed. And so while we may not have the hard deadlines we'd like in terms of this will be done on this date and that date, we do have an outer date, and there is work being done kind of step by step.
Mr. Mayor and Councilor Romero Worth, absolutely. We're continuing our weekly meetings. We set a target of this week for the schedule of expenditures of federal awards. We have a target of the end of this month for the trial balance for FY 22. So absolutely, there is a plan. Accountants love structure and organization. We have many spreadsheets with tasks detailed out. One of the reasons that a first year audit takes longer is because we're setting all that up for the first time, and then it gets rolled forward, and there, some things change and need to be updated, but that's not as big of a lift as setting it up for the first time. So those spreadsheets with all of those, hundreds of items that the auditors need for their audit are already set up. They're already ready to go for FY 22. Some of them we've already submitted a number of items. Clifton Larson Allen has been working on FY 22 for some time, as Carr-Riggs Ingram was completing their work on 21. And, so we have been working on 22 as well as we've been working on 21. And absolutely, there is a plan, there is a structure. There are many spreadsheets, like I said, with detailed descriptions of items that are needed and it does happen in a sequence.
Yeah.
Now, one thing that I want to emphasize on that is it's not dependent on the release of the FY21 audit. We can move forward while the auditor is performing their review of FY21. That doesn't impact our ability to, for example, get a trial balance to Carrigs Ingram for FY22.
Yeah. And as I remember when Mr. Bejarano was here, we would ask similar questions of give us a deadline, give us a time, tell us when it's going to be done. And he was very reticent in saying, I'm not going to do that. Because there are lots of things beyond his control, your control, that determine, whether we, putting those things out is not necessarily helpful to getting the job done. But I do think we have that outer deadline of December 15th for the FY23 audit, which is going to require that the FY22 audit be done. So, and as you say, these audits should be easier. They're closer in time. The auditor is new, and we now know that that auditor has some experience with us, some knowledge of the city, some familiarity with the structures, and that's going to make this go a lot faster. So I wish you and your team the best of luck. And again, congratulations on the work that you've done already. It's not a small thing, and I just appreciate it. So thank you very much. Thank you, Mayor.
You other questions for the director? Thank you very much. Appreciate you. I think our next item is, I'll substitute for the city clerk, a ethics training. And Senior Assistant City Attorney will lead us through that. Good job. I'm not sure I did. Oh, here comes some assistance from the technology department. Give me 1 second.
Well, I can begin verbally while the technical issues are worked out. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the governing body. My name is Marcos D. Martinez, and the Senior Assistant City Attorney. I would like to remind this governing body that under the city code, Section 1-7.6, public officials and public employees, each public official and public employee shall be given a copy of the Code of Ethics on election, appointment, or employment, and shall sign a statement to the effect that the public official or public employee has received the Code of Ethics and understands that the public official or public employee shall abide by its terms and conditions. The City Attorney's Office shall conduct an annual review of the Code of Ethics for all public employees, and this is part of that annual review.
While we're waiting, if I could ask you a quick question about process. So we are down 2 of our members. I assume you'll be able to provide them with some sort of a individual or collected opportunity to go over this with you after they return from their travel.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Okay.
Mr. Mayor, I think the staffer will make sure that the counselors get the material sent to them. I think we can offer up individual meetings for them as well if they'd like to get it, and they can watch it on YouTube as well. So there's a lot of options.
Great. Thank you.
Mayor, as a quick update, it appears that the displays are not working at all. We did test right before the meeting. You probably saw the report up. It is very odd. Our IT department has additional assistance on the line right now that is very familiar with our system. So what we could do is email out the presentation or pull it up on email to the counselors. I think it's already loaded in Zoom. Or in PrimeGud. I need to double check. Oh, okay. We can email it to you and you all can follow along on your own devices while we troubleshoot.
How would the public have access to it?
We would have to upload a copy of the training to PrimeGov.
And Mayor Weber, counselors, we were fine loading it. The primary purpose is to get the code compliance of having the training annually for the governing body specifically.
Well, but why don't you email it to everybody? So we'll have it on our devices and see if we can find a way to make sure it's uploaded so the members of the public can have access to what we are going through so they know with clarity what the rules and regulations are that we're being held to and can have that knowledge on their behalf to hold us accountable. It will be appearing in our individual inboxes as soon as somebody hits go. And the problem is that the monitors themselves are dysfunctional. Okay. Okay. In the meantime, if the members of the governing body want to look into your email accounts, and if the public, if we can upload it onto PrimeGov so that anyone who wants to access it there would have the ability to follow along, that'd be great. Technology. There's never. think at least for the members of the governing body, the email has arrived with the presentation. I don't know if it's loaded onto PrimeGov yet or not. How long will that take? A moment? Well, why don't we start, and why don't you, if you want to indicate when it's loaded for the public to be aware of it, you can just interrupt by saying it's, give us a signal that it's part of the PrimeGov, if possible.
Mayor, I think I might not, this might be creative, but I feel like because I'm also on Zoom and a host, I can probably do a screen share from my screen that would allow it to be viewed on Zoom and YouTube. It still won't be displayed in here, but
Oh, it's a great
I'm
idea.
fairly confident this creative
It's a
solution.
very good idea. And also upload it. We'll do multiple,
Yep, so I will,
wear a belt and suspenders.
yes, that is good. So actually, I think, I might be momentarily delayed because I need to upload it into the packet and read, but then I will jump on whatever slide you guys are for
Great,
anyone
thank you.
watching. How does
Marcos,
that
why
sound?
don't you hit go? We're ready to
Thank you,
begin,
Mr.
everybody.
Mayor.
If you've got it queued up on your machine.
So for those of you who can follow me, I'll begin on the slide 2, just to go over the ethics training agenda.
Can you make sure you're real close to the mic?
Yes.
Great, much better. Thank you.
Okay, so there are 3 sort of topics, high-level topics that I'll be attempting to go over. Number 1, the code of ethics. Number 2, personal and employment issues. Number 3, the Governmental Conduct Act, or Government Conduct Act. Moving forward to slide 3, ethics we can think of as the principles of acceptable conduct. What are ethics? From the Greek, ethikos, meaning relating to one's character, a code of ethics is, quote, an officially adopted statement of the principles of acceptable conduct relevant to the activities of an occupational group, especially a professional one. That's from Black's Law Dictionary. The City of Santa Fe's charter, section 2.01, calls for a code of ethics. The city's ethics code is codified by city ordinance. It is online. From the city homepage, you would go to your government. There, you would find the link for the Santa Fe Municipal Code, and from there, Chapter 1, General Provisions, and it is found under Chapter 1-7, the Code of Ethics. The Governmental Conduct Act also applies to a city's public officers, and that is, the statutory site is NMSA 1978, Section 1016-3. The City of Santa Fe's Code of Ethics policy, moving on to slide 4. The policy states, quote, that the proper operation of a democratic government requires that public officials and public employees be independent, impartial, and responsible to the people. That governmental decision and policy be without conflicts of interest, that public office or employment not be used for personal gain, and that the public has confidence in the integrity of its government. The purpose of the City of Santa Fe's Code of Ethics is also stated in code. Section 1-7.3 states that to fulfill the obligation imposed on the governing body by the Santa Fe Municipal Charter to establish standards of ethical conduct for public officials, employees, and to provide consequences if violated, to adopt standards to make decisions without consideration of personal benefit, provide clear guidance as to what is allowed and not allowed, to advance openness in government through disclosure, and to exercise legislative powers granted under the state constitution, and to adopt a code of ethics to meet local concerns and the needs of Santa Fe. Moving on to slide 6, I have a few terms for conflicts of interest and gifts, and I think it's useful to understand the terminology that I'll be using as we proceed forward in the code. Conflict of interest under our code means a specific and identifiable prospect of pecuniary gain or loss, other than a gain or loss that is de minimis in amount or shared with a substantial segment of the general public to any of the individuals or entities here listed from an official act of any public official or employee. And the list is in the code under 1-7.5, and I'll be going over that list in future slides. Financial benefit under the code means any money, service, license, permit, contract, loan, travel, entertainment, gratuity, or any other thing of monetary value or any promise of these. family here, these would be the individuals or entities here listed, are members of the individual's household, his or her children, stepchildren, brothers, sisters, parents, step-parents, domestic partner, and all persons claimed as dependents on the individual's latest federal income tax return. And finally, an official act, an official decision, a vote, approval, and any acts that involve the use of discretionary authority. So moving on to the next slide, 7, conflict of interest. One has a conflict of interest if one's official act will result in a specific and identifiable prospect of financial gain or loss to oneself or an entity listed below. 1, the public official or public employee who has performed the official act. 2, any member of his or her family. 3, any business of which he or she or any member of his or her household is an owner. 4, any employer, client, or customer from whom the public official or public employee knows or reasonably should know that he or she or any member of his or her household. Number 5, any civic group, labor union, or social, charitable, or religious organization of which the public official or public employee or member of his or her household is an officer or director, or any business or any of its owners, if the public official or public employee knows or reasonably should know that the business or any of its owners has made contributions or has directed the making of contributions as that term is defined in subsection 9-2.3I of the Santa Fe City Code to the public official or public employee's campaign or elected office in an aggregate amount greater than $250 during the 2 years preceding the official act. Not every action, so moving on to slide 8, not every action that benefits the public creates a conflict. Not a conflict, a gain or loss that is de minimis in amount or gain shared with a substantial segment of the general public. For example, you help draft legislation that will reduce taxes for all the citizens of Santa Fe, and you are a citizen of Santa Fe. That is not a conflict. The benefits you receive are shared with the public. A conflict would be any act likely to result in financial gain or loss to the list of entities on the preceding page. Some examples, for example, an employer, client, or customer from whom you know or reasonably should know paid you or a family member more than $500 during the year preceding the official act. That's not connected with any campaign. For example, you were paid $501 to provide catering services during an event. The restaurant that paid you is now seeking a grant from the city. Your involvement with a grant would be a conflict of interest. Any civic group, for example, a labor union or social, charitable, or religious organization of which the public official or public employee or member of his or her household is an officer or director, creates a conflict. For example, you are on the board of the National Dance Institute, NDI. NDI wants to hold a fundraiser on city property and is seeking a lease from the city for the event. If you were to assist with the lease in your role as a city employee while working for the city, that would create a conflict of interest. Or if, in the case of a public official, if you were to approve the lease. So what do you do if you have a conflict of interest? In the case of a member of the governing body at a public meeting, you do not vote on the matter to which you have a conflict of interest. However, if compliance with the conflict provision by a public official would deprive a governmental body of a quorum for taking necessary action, and it's deemed an emergency, the public official shall be excused from such compliance when he or she has made the disclosure required. So as an example, in a special governing body meeting to approve the purchase of emergency equipment in which the vendor is related to the member of the governing body, public official to maintain a quorum may vote to approve the purchase. The public official should disclose the conflict at the meeting and explain the exception that applies. The Governmental Conduct Act is consonant with this concept. So they say full disclosure of real or potential conflicts of interest shall be a guiding principle for determining appropriate conduct. Again, if there's a question, an ambiguity, disclosure is extremely helpful. Required disclosures. Now, public officials, and under the definition, this includes the mayor, the councilors, the city manager, the city attorney, and the city clerk, and department heads are required to disclose the following to the city clerk: their name, address, telephone number, their employer, if other than the city, professional, occupational, or business licenses, membership on boards of directors of corporations, public or private associations or organizations, and businesses that they own. And the frequency is upon appointment for department heads and annually for public officials. This is under section 1-7.7M of the city code. It is also a requirement of the Governmental Conduct Act, section 10-16-4.2. Improper gifts. Generally, gifts in excess of $50 are not allowed, but there are exceptions to the rules against gifts. An occasional meal or non-pecuniary gift with a fair market value not to exceed $50 is fine. Another example would be when a substantial segment of the population is able to receive a gift. The city provided, for example, personal protective equipment during the pandemic. These and similar donated items were available to a substantial segment of the population. That is not an improper gift. Moreover, if relevant to the performance of his or her official duties, members of the governing body, the city manager, the city attorney, or the city clerk may receive an occasional non-pecuniary gift not to exceed $250. That's consistent with the Gift Act, which is under section 10-16B-3, which is applicable to state officials and employees. Moving on to slide 12. I've titled Improper Gifts Part 2 for an after the fact discovery. If you've received a gift or other financial benefit within the last calendar year and then discover that the gift giver has a prospect of direct or indirect pecuniary gain or loss from your official acts, you must return the gift or you have a conflict of interest. You must disclose the gift and not take the official act as provided by the conflict of interest rules. Yes, thank you. The clerk has informed me that this document is now available on PrimeGov for the public.
Thank you. And for the public, we are currently on page 12 of the slide deck, if you want to catch up to where we are.
Okay, so we were moving on from 12 to 13, titled Honoraria. So under the city's rules, a public official or public employee shall not request or receive an honorarium for a speech or service rendered in the performance of his or her duties as a public official or public employee. Honorarium means a payment of money or any other thing of monetary value, but does not include reasonable reimbursement for meals, lodging, or actual travel expenses incurred in the making of the speech or rendering the service. Reimbursement for travel is considered a gift, however, and must be reported to the city clerk according to the code's gift reporting rules. Under the Governmental Conduct Act, honoraria valued in excess of $100 is prohibited. And I'll just quote, read from there. No legislator, public officer, or employee may request or receive an honorarium for a speech or service rendered that relates to the performance of public duties. For the purpose of this section, honorarium means payment of money or any other thing of value in excess of $100, with a statutory cite there. Moving on to slide 14, improper transactions with the city. Elected officials shall not accept paid employment from the city for a period of 1 year following departure from public office. So this would be in the situation of an elected official who has departed from the city. For 1 year, you cannot transact business with the city. A public official shall not enter into a contract or transaction with the city during one's term of office for a period of 1 year following the leaving of public office, when the contract or transaction is a result of an official act by that public official. Similarly, the Governmental Conduct Act, section 10-16-8 states that a local government agency, that includes the city under their definition, shall not enter into a contract with or take any action favorably affecting any person or business that is represented personally in the matter by a person who has been a public officer or employee of that local government agency within the preceding year, if number one, the value of the contract or action is in excess of $1,000, and number two, the contract is a direct result of an official act by the public officer or employee. Oh, one of the screens is working. And the alternative prohibition is if the local government agency shall not enter into a contract with or take any action favorably affecting any person or business that is assisted in the transaction by a former public officer or employee of that political subdivision of the state, whose official act, while in employment with that political subdivision of the state, directly resulted in the agencies making that contract or taking that action. So if while you were working in the city or a public representative, a public official, and you assisted in putting together the contract or transaction, you leave public office, you cannot, the government, the city in our case, would not be allowed to work with that former public officer or employee. Moving on to slide 15, the misuse of confidential information. Under our code, a public employee shall not use or disclose confidential information when he or she knows or reasonably should know that the use or disclosure will or may affect in a financial gain or the avoidance of a financial loss on the part of any person or entity other than the city. Confidential information means information which is acquired through public employment, which has not previously been made public, and which is not required to be made available to the public under the Inspection of Public Records Act. Under the Governmental Conduct Act, no legislator or public officer or employee shall use or disclose confidential information acquired by virtue of the legislator or public officer or employee's position with the state agency or local government agency for the legislator, public officer, or employee or another's private gain. Relatedly, the misuse of city resources is prohibited. Public official or public employee shall not use city services, personnel, or equipment for personal benefit, convenience, or profit, except when such use is generally available to the public. For example, public officials may not use city's vehicles for private use. By contrast, anyone can use publicly available Wi-Fi provided by the public library. Improper political campaigning is also prohibited. A public official shall not knowingly request or authorize another person to request that any subordinate of the public official to make a campaign contribution or to provide services to a political campaign, and shall not engage in political campaigning while on duty for the city or use city funds, supplies, or vehicles or facilities to benefit or assist a political campaign. Similarly, the Governmental Conduct Act states a public officer or employee is prohibited from directly or indirectly coercing or attempting to coerce another public officer or employee to pay, lend, or contribute anything of value to a party, a committee, organization, agency, or person for a political purpose. Public officer or employee is also prohibited from threatening to deny any promotion or a pay increase to an employee who does or does not vote for certain candidates, requiring an employee to contribute a percentage of the employee's pay to a political fund, influencing a subordinate employee to purchase a ticket to a political fundraising dinner or similar event, advising an employee to take part in political activity or similar activities. Personnel issues, nepotism. This is obviously prohibited. It's prohibited both under our code and the state law. A public official or public employee shall not perform any act to obtain the employment or to influence the employment by the city of a member of his or her family. No public official or public employee shall serve as the immediate supervisor of a member of his or her family. This is also articulated in state law, section 10-1-10, nepotism is prohibited. Financial dealings with subordinates. Public official or public employee shall not knowingly require expressly or impliedly or authorize another person to require that any subordinate of the public official or public employee engage in a non-official financial transaction, including a personal loan or charitable contribution. Also, city employment as a political reward is prohibited. Public officials shall not promise an appointment or the use of his or her influence to obtain an appointment to any position with the city as a reward for any political activity or contribution. For example, a candidate working for public office cannot promise to make a contributor deputy city manager for working on their campaign. Similarly, the Governmental Conduct Act states that no legislator or public officer or employee may request or receive, and no person may offer a legislator or public officer or employee any money, thing of value or promise thereof that is conditioned upon or given in exchange for promised performance of an official act. Any person who knowingly and willfully violates the provisions of this subsection is guilty of a fourth-degree felony. Now moving on to bullying by governing body members. This is also covered by the Code of Ethics. The governing body member shall not intentionally bully any employee, including the city manager, city attorney, or city clerk. Workplace bullying means intentional behavior intended to create an abusive work environment for a public employee or public employees. Bullying behavior is behavior in the workplace that a reasonable person would find hostile, offensive, and not obviously related to the city's legitimate business interests. Workplace bullying includes, but is not limited to, the following: use of disrespectful and devaluing language, persistent or constant criticism in front of other persons, including coworkers, vendors, contractors, or members of the public, for the purpose of humiliating an employee. Behavior or language that frightens, humiliates, belittles, or degrades, including criticism that is delivered with yelling and screaming. Threats and intimidation, including threats to discipline or terminate a public employee. Retaliation and whistleblower protection. So our code states that employees shall not be retaliated against for filing a complaint of a violation of the Code of Ethics or any other law or requirement providing evidence or participating in an investigation of any such violation. State law addresses the Whistleblower Protection Act, and it creates a civil action for retaliatory actions. A public employer shall not take any retaliatory action against a public employee because the public employee A, communicates to the public employer or a third party information about an action or failure to act the public employee believes in good faith constitutes an unlawful or improper act. B, provides information to or testifies before a public body as part of an investigation, hearing, or inquiry into an unlawful or improper act. Or C, objects or refuses to participate in an activity, policy, or practice that constitutes an unlawful or improper act. Now, the last topic is the Governmental Conduct Act. I've been interspersing parallel provisions of the Governmental Conduct Act through this presentation so that this, hopefully to shorten the last section. So the first topic or remaining topic is contracts involving public officers and employees. And I'll just read from the statute. Unless a public officer or employee has disclosed the public officer or employee's substantial interest through public notice, and unless a contract is awarded pursuant to a competitive process, the city shall not enter into a contract with a public officer or employee of the city, with a family of the public officer or employee, or with a business in which the public officer or employee or the family of the public officer or employee has a substantial interest. There is also a provision against bidding. No local government shall accept a bid or proposal from a person who directly participated in the preparation of specifications, qualifications, or evaluation criteria on which the specific competitive bid or proposal was based. This relates to the situation in which the city may have an ongoing relationship with a contractor. We would ask the staff might ask the contractor, what would be the perfect engineering work that you would think would solve this problem? And if the contractor put together sort of a list of specifications that they thought would work, the city could then use that in an RFP or in a bid. However, the contractor that worked to help develop those specifications couldn't respond to the RFP or bid because they had participated in the preparation of specifications, qualifications, or evaluation criteria. So in enforcement, who enforces these rules? Well, for suspected violations of the ethics code by public officials, these may be reported to the city's Ethics and Campaign Review Board. Any individual may submit a sworn statement. City attorney may bring a complaint to the board, and the ECRB can issue opinions that are binding on the board. The city attorney office's advice is not binding on the ECRB. So in the past, there had been some city attorney memos on particular issues that had arisen, 5 years ago or so. Those opinions, such as they are, don't bind the ECRB. Suspected violations of the Governmental Conduct Act may be reported to the Human Resources Department. They can be reported to the DA's office or the AG's office under New Mexico Statute 10-16-18A. And now the State Ethics Commission under Section 10-16-18B. So there are a variety of forums for receiving these types of complaints. So if you have any questions, I welcome those via email or in person. I will attempt to meet with the members of the governing body who are not able to make it tonight, but I can also just stand for any questions the governing body who are now here with me, you may have.
Thank you. Any questions? Thank you. And questions can come to you at any time. So if people want to review this material or something occurs in real time that would be useful to get guidance on, they can come talk to you.
Absolutely. If you have questions before, or if you're uncertain about something before you take any action or want that type of advice, we're here.
Great. Thank you for getting this together and helping us walk through it. Appreciate it.
Welcome.
Madam Clerk, can you, and congratulations on getting the screens to work as well. Temporarily. What's the next item on the agenda, Madam Clerk?
Yes, good job to IT on that one. Mayor Weber, the next item on the agenda is item 10B. It's request for approval of a contract with IT Connect to provide program management for utility billing projects and provide support with product management, data management, quality assurance, change management, and release management in the amount of $597,018.50. John Dupuy, our Public Utilities Department Director, is available for this item. I also want to note that there's a B1, which is request for approval of a budget adjustment resolution, also known as a BAR, in the total amount of $597,019 from cash balance.
Mr. Dupuy is making his way forward. I would entertain a motion and then we'll get the presentation.
I think we're going to need the presentation first.
Okay, we will postpone the motion and we will begin with the presentation from Director Dupuy.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and councilors. As a background and summary to this item, the Public Utilities Department is respectfully requesting approval of a one-year contract with IT Connect by using the CES cooperative contract or program management for utility billing projects. The upgrade to the advanced billing software system project has had many challenges, and this project or our contract is in support of that project. As we are well aware, it's taken additional time and there has been many setbacks. The IT Connect will be able to be objective and bring many diverse entities together, which through an IVMB, which is independent verification validation report that we've completed, it was identified that having this type support is critical for successful implementation of the project. That was something that was, within my first week of employment, being briefed on this project, my first instinct, and there's a great team that we have here at the city, specifically the ITT staff, and they were able to help identify how to obtain these services in a very quick manner and have a steering committee formed that helped provide the combined opinions and direction from multiple entities within the city. So those two pieces really have helped to provide some confidence that we are moving forward with something that it can be successful given the storied past of trying to implement the advanced billing system. With that, I stand for any questions.
Thank you, sir. Are there specific points people want to bring forward and get Mr. Dupuy to respond to? Counselor Lindell, you have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you for being here. Who's the group, Slalom, that put together this slide deck for us, this report?
They are a IVMV vendor. I'm not clear on how they were identified specifically, but I assume it was someone that maybe ITT had used in the past. I believe there was someone for the ERP software implementation that had a similar troubled past, and after using similar type services and implementing the recommendations from that report, they were able to successfully complete the implementation of that project.
So is this a separate contract? I don't remember seeing this contract.
Councilor Lindell, that is correct.
Was or it wasn't?
It was a separate contract and it is complete. That work has been completed.
How much was the contract on this, do you know?
Councilor Lindell, I do not know the answer to that, but we may have staff here that may be able to provide some understanding. But if not, we can obtain that number maybe by the end of our discussion.
Okay, let me begin also. I should have also started with, this should have come to the finance committee. There is a lot here. And this really should have come to finance. I don't think that it was any surprise, or the timeline was a surprise that this needed to happen. This has been ongoing for years. I know that you haven't been here, but it's been ongoing for years. And
Mayor, on that point, can I,
Yes, please.
so I just want to say that the staff did approach me about not coming to finance. And so I am aware that this didn't come to finance. I did follow up asking that we have proper staff here tonight to answer everybody's questions. And I don't know if Director Dupuy, you can help us understand why time is of the essence. I believe the contract on this ended June 30th. And there's some concern that we need to get this contract back in place so that the work can continue, was my understanding. But if I just want the governing body to know that I was asked for this not to come to finance, and there is a reason, and maybe you can elaborate if that's okay, Counselor.
well, I mean, actually, if this contract was ending June 30th, we knew it was ending June 30th. And, you know, there's many parts of this report and information in here that was back in April. So
I asked the same question.
Councilor Romero Worth, should I continue?
Yeah, can Director Dupuy give some context on this? I just think it's important. I mean, it's a valid point. I asked the same questions. Didn't we know it was expiring on June 30th? Why didn't we get it in place in time? So I hear you. I asked the same questions, and I think it would be helpful to hear the answers that I got.
Now, why don't you take us through that?
Mr. Mayor, councilors, one of the driving functions of us coming through directly to governing body rather than through finance committee, one, also after checking that there was some support for bypassing that, was specifically the contractor that was identified for providing these services is someone that the ITT department and others have familiarity with within the city. I actually have direct familiarity with the capabilities and have confidence in the likelihood of success from this very specific identified staff person for this project. That was made clear that other entities are requesting their services, and that if we didn't have an answer within a particular time frame, they needed to accept and respond to other work requests, and that the high recommendation obviously is something that I took seriously, as well as don't want to put forward something that I don't have confidence in being able to be successfully accomplished. So those two things are ultimately what were the drivers for me being supportive of that as well. It coming without going through finance committee.
Well, I don't know the time frame of that, but a lot of this is marked in April, so if it happened after April, we probably should have still seen it, but obviously we didn't, and we're here. This report's dismal. Nothing's hit its timeline. It's been every year. Councilor Villarreal and I have railed on this for the last couple of years. And we're constantly promised we're making progress. We're almost there. We got to have this. We got to have this $1 million. And this report tells me that it hasn't worked out very well. What's the timeline? What's our status with Mountain River? That's been a very sore point with this council. And, you know, my understanding is that Mountain Rivers, we pay a consultant from them that used to be a city employee. I don't understand why that city employee wasn't able to train another city employee to do that work. And now we're being asked for another $500,000 to employ, to consult with what I see is 2 people. It's a lot of money for 2 people for a year. And what's the timeline?
May I interject, Mr. Mayor, may I interject real quick?
Yes, sir, Mr. City Manager.
Councilor Lindell, if I may, I'll let Director Dupuy speak to the specific questions regarding a timeline. There's a couple of things I want to flag. Is that the expiration of the contract wasn't an omission of staff not caring or letting it go. You know, I appreciate the concerns that you and Councilor Villarreal in particular have expressed with regard to this vendor. And since Director Dupuy came on board
Middle of March.
we have been meeting weekly to try to determine the best way to get this done, recognizing there have been delays, there have been problems, et cetera. So under the new leadership, we are trying to figure out the best way forward and acknowledging even in staff meetings, we should anticipate less than happy Councilor Lindell and a less than happy Councilor Villarreal about the extension of this contract. The reasoning for it is because it is the best way forward for us to try to bring the contract to a close. And so that combined with what were the internal team negotiations with a variety of vendors and project specialists was trying to navigate what was the best way to get forward. So I just didn't want you to think it was from an omission. It was from staff trying to navigate out of what are a variety of not awesome options. What is the best way forward? With that, Mr. Mayor, I thank you, Councilor, for that moment, and I'll defer to the director.
In answering your question more specifically, Councilor Lindell, the intent on the best way forward specifically includes adhering to all of the recommendations from the IVNB report. And I agree with you, it is abysmal, but we need to understand that, whether it's good, bad, ugly, et cetera. And it's been a path that has been used recently for the city to successfully implement these type interdisciplinary software products, which personally I've been through in 2 other organizations. And without very high level authority of a project manager to then identify how there are shortcomings between the department groups, there's this disconnect that ultimately occurs, and they need to be there with authority from city manager, mayor, et cetera, to have those gaps closed. And so that's where I've seen the most meaningful support with this type contractor and this specific contractor as well. And in terms of the Mountain River concern you have, consistent with the recommendations from the IVMV and wanting to have the program manager once on board, having as much ability to influence the best path forward in their experience. We froze all activity specific to implementation of advanced that Mountain River was undertaking. We are still using them to help document our current practices so that we can train our staff, but not doing the activity. You know, the adage I often use is, I want the pole, not the fish. And that is the current work, or what the current work Mountain River is doing is limited to, is helping us understand the documentation and creating that so that we can do that internally ourselves.
Mr. Mayor, if I can interject again, Councilor Lindell, to your question, I understand from staff who've been texting me while the director was speaking that one of the explicit tasks for this contract is for Mountain River to develop a timeline for the implementation of the billing system that will have a significantly larger level of oversight from this department director, from IT, and from Deputy City Manager Maestas to make sure that this gets done.
So what you're saying is we're developing a timeline. We don't have one.
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Lindell, I think that's a fair answer. I think that we are working to figure out what are the pieces that have to be in place. You know, we can't speak to what was done before we were here and the frustrations you've had over the duration of this contract and what's been happening. But the goal of this is to get with new leadership is to be in a place that we have a clear timeline that I'm sure we're happy to have Director Dupuy come back and talk to you about in a subsequent meeting. Where are we headed? What's happening? When will this get done? But this is the best path forward, the best path forward to get a timeline that will have significantly more accountability, more oversight, and that will bring this to a close and have the project complete.
And I would just add specifically that it includes maintaining IVMV review throughout the remainder of the project. So I think that perspective is very important, and ensuring that we're staying on track and actually implementing the recommendations that are provided in the intent that they had is important. And we may end up needing some further refinement. We're not perfect, but having that independent verification is meaningful to help us course correct as soon as it's identified.
I mean, this has been going on long before you were here, long before City Manager Blair was here. And we've sat here and been told we have to have this, we have to have this. And we've approved contracts for millions of dollars. And this report, it's one of the worst I've ever seen. I'm so discouraged by this. We've been told over and over, this is what we need to have. We're getting there. We're almost there. I mean, are we 1 year away? Are we 3 years away? Are we 5 years away?
I hate putting myself and any other team members in a box, but just using those numbers, we're more than a year away and we're less than 3.
All right, we're $500,000 tonight. I mean,
And just trying to be very honest, you should expect more forthcoming, but they are going to be consistent with the recommendations and our implementation of them within the IVMV report. And I don't feel comfortable not following through on these recommendations if we proceed with this project. So it's either we adhere to those recommendations because this is the key to success and it comes with a price tag, or we choose some other option, the other options not being ideal.
I mean, everything that we've ever heard about this has come with a price tag with a lot of zeros and commas. I'm really discouraged by this. For the moment, without going into any specifics, Mayor, I'll yield the floor.
Okay, I think Councilor Merriworth wants to have the floor, and I expect others do too.
Thank you, Mayor. Director Dupuy, it's interesting. You know, the longer we sit in these chairs, the more alphabet soup we hear, the more concepts we learn about. Can you elaborate a little bit on the IV&V process, when it's used, why it's used, what is it? Maybe tell us again what it stands for. Just, I think it's important to build some foundation here.
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Romero Worth. IV&V stands for Independent Verification and Validation. The range of when it's used, I'm not completely understanding of, but when I have used it in the past is ultimately when there's more than the discipline I am a specialist or experienced involved in any project I'm working on. That's when it has great value because there isn't anyone in-house that has that comprehensive understanding. And that's when you bring in this IV&V team to give you this independent assessment of where you're at and what's needed so you can be successful.
Okay, and we had, so the contract that expired June 30th was with IT Connect?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Romero Worth, I believe that is correct. Or it's advanced.
Yeah, I think we need clarification because I don't think, yeah.
I'll defer to Nancy, our utility billing division director, to provide some perspective on that.
Good evening. IT Connect is for program management. Okay, we did not have a contract with IT Connect. It did not expire on June 30th because we've never had a contract with them. Okay, when the IV&V was presented to us, they came in, they did their research, they presented a report. In that report, the suggestion, one of the suggestions or recommendations was to hire a program management company, person, whatever, we can, to assist this project to finalize, to come to an end and be complete. That's what IT Connect is bringing to this project. They are the program manager. They are going to coordinate with the city of Santa Fe, with the advanced company, which is the software for the upgrade for the utility billing system. They are going to, have their program manager be that connection between any and all entities that need to be a part of this project. That's what IT Connect is going to bring to the whole project. Does that help? Or
If I could add, the only contract that I know that's ending June 30 is the SHI or Slalom contract.
Okay, so I guess so when I was contacted to bypass finance, and I'm just looking back on my email, it said all our on-call contracts expire June 30th, and we've had delays getting them finalized. Wanting to skip finance, come directly to governing body because critical time would be lost. So that's where I got that idea. So it's been a little confusing about what's happening here and why, which is, again, I think why we asked that you be here tonight so you can bring us up to speed on what's been going on and how you're resolving the issues. This presentation that Councilor Lindell has, which I've seen, but I don't see it in PrimeGov, has, but maybe I'm just not looking. It does have the timelines, which, and it gives, the overall criticality, if that's even a word, of the things that need to be done. There's color coded, red, yellow, black. And all those timelines have expired. And you talked about, I guess it's going to be Mountain River who updates this particular timeline on this work?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Romero Worth. No, that's not correct.
Okay.
The update to that timeline would be with the program manager.
Okay. So IT Connect is
Correct.
going to be updating what Slalom identified is here's the list of things we need to do. Here's, what's most critical, least critical, has to happen yesterday, and the time frame. IT Connect is going to do that.
Correct.
Okay. Because this has gone on so long, I would like to request that we decide on a regular interval, and maybe we can talk about that, whether it's every month, every quarter, every 2 weeks, I don't know. But I think much like we have had Director Oster come and talk about the audit, I would like the Finance Committee, and we can talk about this, what that interval is, what seems reasonable in terms of having something to talk about. But I think there needs to be more oversight on this, and we need to keep up with what is or isn't happening. And so we can talk about what that interval is, but I will work with Director Oster on making sure that you all come to the Finance Committee at a regular interval and report progress on this, because it's another area where I understand the frustration. We have thrown a lot of money at it. I think even in the time I've been here, we hear, oh, we just need this contract and we're gonna be there. And then it doesn't quite happen. I do think that this IV and V process is a good addition for obviously something that we're really struggling with. And I'm hopeful that you're right, that this is the right program manager and that this IV process has really laid out the steps we need to be taking and when. So let's talk about how we get you regularly scheduled in front of finance to keep an eye on this. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilor Garcia.
Yeah, just a quick question or follow-up in request to the request Councilor Romero Worth just made. I would also request that that same interval report be given to the Public Works and Utilities Committee, given that this is a utility function and we need to make sure we're keeping an eye on it as well. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, Councilwoman.
Thank you, Mayor. I just think it would be helpful to just explain, maybe IT staff could explain. I'm trying to understand the relationships between all these entities. And we know who Mountain River is. I think we're beyond that point of frustration with that connection there or that contract. But how does IT Connect intersect with Mountain River? I feel like we had an IT Connect contract for something else, not this particular project only. Okay, I'm seeing a head. Maybe Ms. Abeta could explain how these pieces all fit together, and how IT is involved, because I think some of us know we want our IT to be involved to understand these systems so that we can be trained and well equipped to start moving this forward independently from all these contracts. And I'm confused about who Slalom is. I understand IT Connect in this context. I know they have another context with us, and then how they intersect with Mountain River. So I don't know if Ms. Abeta could explain that for us.
Yes. Mr. Mayor and Councilor Villarreal, my name is Audrey Abeta. I have not met all of you, and I work in IT. I am the PMO Project Management Office Manager. So how does IT Connect intersect with Mountain River? It does not. At this point, we want the contractor to come on to manage the project, to manage the different entities like Mountain River, Advanced Billing, Utilities Department, Finance Department, and IT is going to be managing IT Connect.
Okay, that helps me kind of map it all out, especially because I'm wanting IT to be involved, our department, IT department to be involved. So, I guess I'm just trying to understand, they're kind of the coordinator, but they're not, who would still be managing the Mountain River contract? Is that utilities then? Okay. But the goal is for all of you to then communicate with each other, all the different departments, all the different contracts. And this is just one more entity that's going to assist with us, for us, assist in this effort.
Yes, if I may, the report does say that we do need to implement the program manager just for such reason, because there's so many different moving pieces and entities that are part of this. Yes.
Thank you. Can you remind me what IT Connect also does for us? What contract we did
In
approve
the past, we've used them as project management support
for other?
for other projects within IT.
Got it. Okay. Thank you, Mayor.
Maybe I can add just a bit of context as well, because I think as Director Bui was pointing out, this is not the first time we've seen the initials IV and V. I remember very soon after I became mayor, we were confronted with the challenge of the ERP implementation process. And just like this project, the ERP implementation was very complicated, involved a set of different actors inside city government and outside in the consultant world, and was not going well. Not surprisingly, by the way, because when you talk to people in the world of technology and software, they will tell you that projects like these and the ERP implementation are the things that often fail and lead to people's careers ending in a bad way, both the consultants and often the internal managers, because they're hard, they're messy, they're complicated, and they cut across a lot of departments. We commissioned an IV&V study at that time. It was just as brutally honest as this one in terms of the conditions that were leading to frustration and without course correction, likely failure. We implemented those recommendations. We managed to land the ERP implementation in a successful way. It wasn't perfect, it wasn't pretty, and it wasn't inexpensive, but the project was implemented. Then when we just did the upgrade most recently, it was better. We're going to do another upgrade next year. It'll be better. This is part of the process of the city government undertaking complicated and difficult technology projects and having to do the hard work, go to the doctor, get a diagnosis, and then take the medicine. And none of us like doing that. We don't like have projects that are not moving well. We don't like to see projects that aren't being implemented with clean operational processes, but it happens. And now we're, as the city manager pointed out, we're dealing with some choices. And this is a choice that gets us the highest likelihood of moving ahead with the implementation of the software that we need to improve our billing system. It's not fun, it's not pretty, and nobody's particularly happy about it. But among the other choices, this is the one that is most likely following the course of the IV&V to get us where our city government needs to be to operate in the 21st century. So it is something we've seen before. It's not unfamiliar, unrecognizable, and it's not fun. Yes, Counselor Cassett, you have the floor.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. I just want to follow up. There was a comment about Mountain River owning the timeline previously. Can you please expand upon that?
I think that was a misspeak. Mountain River will not be providing the timeline. We would be expecting IT Connect to provide the timeline as to when the go live will be.
But previously, in terms of this project, they had owned the timeline?
It's all of us. It was a collaboration, so Mountain River makes some suggestions. They theoretically are the IT, the backbone of the utility system. There wasn't and still potentially isn't at this point a full contact person in IT that understands the back end of the utility billing system. So yes, they were identified as the program manager along with the assistance that we needed from them to get the information from the current system and get it, uploaded or however you want to say it, downloaded into the new advanced system so that we could test it and make sure that everything's going good. With this IVNV, with IT Connect coming on board, their program management portion of the contract for Mountain River will be, I guess you could say, taken away. They will still be part of all of those little entities that we have to make sure that this project goes forward. So just like Advanced, just like Mountain River, just like IT, just like finance, just like the city utilities, all of those little fingers, if you'll listen to that analogy, will then ultimately get us to the final project being finalized. But they will not be the program manager anymore. That is what IT Connect will be doing.
Thank you for that. And Director Dupuy, you had mentioned, I believe, that they're not doing the program management, but they're doing the education piece, as you said, giving us the pole instead of the fish. I guess my question is, we've been told that was going to happen for, as long as I've been on the council. And so what's different now? Like, where are we at the point where suddenly we can make this transition? Or maybe it's not suddenly, you're right. It's been a long time, but I'm just not sure why this hasn't happened before, as this has been the conversation for a while. And what has changed in the sense that shift of information is finally going to be able to happen?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Cassett, it's really hard for me to speak to why something wasn't done when I wasn't here. But I can assure you, I've had experience with Mountain River in my previous employment, and it was consistent direction that enabled the pole instead of the fish. For whatever reason, the staff there are overly helpful, and ultimately, if there's any option for them to be able to do that work for you, they are very responsive and they do it well. And so it's a slippery slope, and we get in situations where I think we are currently, where we're very dependent. And it is only through reiteration and consistent monitoring that I've seen success with Mountain River in documentation of practices so that it can be utilized by internal staff.
And IT Connect is the entity that will essentially be providing that oversight to ensure that this is finally happening, and then they report back to us. Program manager, yes, that is the correct term.
I would agree that they're a key component, and that is imperative that they are supportive in that oversight. But ultimately, I think it rests on me and my responsibility to ensure that's happening internal to our department.
Okay, that's good to know, because ensuring that we don't continue down that slippery slope or start going down it again, I think is crucial. Obviously, we're all pretty frustrated with this process, and I would agree with Councilwoman Romero Worth that getting regular updates whether at committee level, at governing body, I think is going to be really crucial. So that we understand that that does continue to happen and that oversight is happening, from you. And with that, I have no further questions or comments. Thank you.
You, Counselor Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Quick question, Director Dupuy, just because I'm looking at the scope of the work. And we've been talking a lot about the poll here, and I'm not necessarily seeing language that reflects that a lot. It's a lot of manage and facilitate and coordinate and implement, but nothing regarding training, which is actually building the capacity that we've been told that was going to be done for the last couple of years. And so can you help me understand where in this scope of work is the actual capacity that's going to be starting to be built?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Garcia, it does not exist within the IT Connect contract or that scope. That is specifically occurring today. And is within the scope that Mountain River currently has. And there was two components of that scope, just big picture. One was the project implementation component, and one was the processes, documentation / support internal to the department. And there is strict direction that support internal to the department will only come with the supporting SOP documentation. So any activity that we solicit some support from Mountain River, that is the trigger for the SOP being needed. So, you know, one way where we were trying to help finance meet audit deadlines and goals, and year-end closeout as well. Mountain River had unique understanding of how to accomplish certain tasks, and I didn't want it moving forward without the SOP, but still being able to be done in an expedited manner. So I said, look, if all we do is you educate others how to do it via Zoom and we record it, then that's able to be transferred to others in a very crude way. But you even get the screenshots, the clicks, the movements, the questions and the answers. And so I think that that's likely to be a component of all of them moving forward. And then they are also getting the confidence, the internal staff getting the confidence with the Mountain River support looking over their shoulder. So I think it's a winning combination in addition to just the old school handwritten paper documentation.
Okay. Thank you, Director Dupuy. I appreciate that. No other questions, Mr. Mayor.
You, Counselor? Yeah. Go ahead, Counselor Chavez.
Thank you, Mayor. I think I'm just still trying to understand this. I think it would be very helpful if you could tell us the roles of the entities. So we know that IT Connect is going to be the project manager, right? And so when you bring up Mountain River, I see that they're going to still play the similar role that they were playing, but now they're going to be facilitated by IT Connect, correct? In training? No. All right. So I think like there's so many things that have come in front of us and they've all come with the goal of accomplishing something that hasn't necessarily been accomplished. So what's hard to understand now is what role they're going to continue playing under IT Connect as a project manager. That's what's difficult for me to understand.
Councilor Chavez, there were a few questions in there. And just for clarification on what I'm heard, I think you said IT Connect as a project manager. There will be a program manager. There's
Program manager, I'm sorry.
Okay, great. And then Mountain River doing some work relative to the successful implementation of advanced billing software. Without some feedback from the program manager, forthcoming program manager on what role Mountain River is to play, I am very hesitant to say what their role would be. And I am very open to the spectrum of some very meaningful, significant component or near none. And enabling that range to be a valid option for the program manager's suggestion I think is important. We want to provide as much flexibility for them to implement a successful project as possible.
So basically, along with the timeline, what will also be coming to finance and public works during updates would be what role would be played by each entity, correct? Because that seems to be undetermined at this point, as well as a timeline. Is that
Councilor,
accurate?
Councilor Chavez, I agree.
All right, so it's all of those items that we have questions about won't actually be addressed until this is approved so that there is a program manager in place.
And I would just add, that includes the internal departments, like what role we play. And the program manager being empowered to ensure that we live up to the deliverables that are identified for us as well.
So we're really leaning on this as urgent because we are needing a lot of direction for how we can play roles that will actually finally get us to accomplish what has been the goal for a very, very long time.
You got it.
Thank you.
Other questions or comments?
Move to approve.
There's a motion.
Second,
There's a second. Is there any further discussion before we call the roll? I would just add that I think conversations I've had with Director Dupuy and also with members of the governing body, we are at a inflection point on this project where the choices are not particularly appealing, but trying to complete it with the help of an outside project manager that we've used in other similar situations has worked. And among our options, this is the one that will actually most likely complete the project, update and upgrade the billing and bring us to a better place. So it's nothing we can all particularly be happy about, but I think it is a path forward. Madam Clerk, can you call the roll?
Yes, also because I was walking in, I have Counselor Merrill-Worth with a motion and Counselor Cassett with a second. Counselor Chavez.
Chavez.
All right. Yes, all right. Counselor Michael Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell,
Yes.
Counselor Merrill-Worth,
Yes.
Councilwoman Villarreal,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett,
Yes.
Counselor Chavez,
yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes,
Motion has been approved.
thank you. I do think just before you depart, the comments that you heard about setting up a regular update to probably the entire governing body at this point, rather than going independently from committee to committee, makes the most sense. And we'll consult with you, the city manager, the city clerk, and others around how to schedule that so that we can be kept abreast of the progress and see the IV&V implemented. Thank you. My clock tells me it's about 5 minutes before 7. We typically like to go to the petitions from the floor at 7 as much as possible. And then I suspect after that, we'll get to the point where we're ready to go to the executive session. To the folks who are here in the meeting room or on Zoom, just to be clear, the petitions from the floor typically do not involve things where there is a public hearing or public comment later in the agenda. So assuming we change the agenda to move to petitions from the floor at 7, if you're here to talk about anything that is formally on the agenda later, please wait for that public comment. If you're here for something that is unrelated to anything on the agenda, then petitions from the floor would be the time to speak to us. And that may be from the Zoom or from people in this room.
Mayor,
Yes, Counselor.
I'm wondering if we shouldn't, so item 19A is not on our agenda tonight. It is, but didn't we have to postpone for noticing?
Item 19A will be, well, I don't want to interrupt the city attorney, but I think it's something that would be taken up after we come out of.
Well, this is what I'm asking. So 19A had an amendment put on it at Public Works, Public Utilities, which changed the title.
Oh,
And I think my understanding was it had to be renoticed. And so actually, can we do this public hearing and final action tonight?
Mayor Weber, councilors, I do recommend that you hear any public comment that might be here for that tonight. And if you would like to adopt those amendments tonight, that would be fine, and we will republish it.
Wait, but we already adopted the amendments at Public Works, Public Utilities, so they're already attached to the.
Mayor Weber, councilor, you're correct. So there, you already adopted the amendments, but there could, if anyone wanted to, this is the opportunity to take them off if anyone wants to, and then we will know for sure that you're not taking them off.
Okay, so this is still on the agenda. I was just going to suggest then that if it wasn't on the agenda, that we have the public comment on the high-end excise tax for affordable housing. And that was the only public hearing, but we actually have 2 public hearings because we have the contract authority too. Right. So I was just, I don't know, trying to move those things up, but maybe it's.
Mr. Mayor, on that point on 19A, given that the caption, the title did change, I don't think it's right that we do hear it, given what the public might be speaking to is completely different in regards to the changes that were adopted on Monday.
I think the city attorney has her hand up.
Mayor or councilors, I think what this would allow us to do is prevent publishing both captions again in case you don't universally accept the amendments at the future public hearing. You still could, you could go back to the prior version, which is currently posted. So now you will hear any public comment related to the current caption that's here. I don't recommend you vote on the amended version of the bill, but I do recommend that you perhaps have any discussion you wish to have, or just hear, or at least just hear public comment on it, and then postpone the remainder of the hearing for the updated caption.
Okay. Did you want to move those 2?
Well, I just feel like we have a lot of people in the audience, and I'm sure they're here for a variety of reasons. And I know we're going to executive session. Seems like we could move petitions from the floor and the 2 public hearings up and then go on with the rest of the agenda.
I would entertain a motion to that, in that direction.
Sorry, leap at the switch. So I would make that motion.
Okay, the motion is to amend the agenda so that we go now at 7 p.m. to petitions from the floor, then follow public comment on bills. The 2 public comment on bill, that would be 18A, followed by public hearing on 19A, and then we would go back to the regular order.
Correct.
There's a motion, there's a second. Is there any discussion? Madam Clerk, can you call a roll so we can vote on this?
Yes, Councilor Lindell,
You're first.
Councilor Ward,
Yes.
Councilwoman Villarreal,
Yes.
Councilor Cassett,
Yes.
Councilor Chavez.
Yes.
Councilor Michael Garcia,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes,
Motion has been approved.
great. That's very constructive. We'll give the folks who are here and on Zoom a rapid hearing. So, Madam Clerk, that takes us then to petitions from the floor. This is comment on things that are not on the agenda where there is a public hearing. So if you want to speak to us on anything other than the items later on the agenda, now would be the time to come forward, come to the microphone, and everybody would have an opportunity, whether you're here or on the Zoom, to address the governing body for 2 minutes. And the clerk will keep Madam Clerk, you'll keep the time.
Mayor, councilors, can we just announce for everyone here what those 2 matters are, like the
Yes.
subject matter, so that they know not to get in line now?
Absolutely.
So just to be clear, Mayor Weber, and anyone listening or wanting to make public comment, we do have a public hearing on the high-end excise tax for affordable housing ordinance. You would come up during that item. And then we also have one on contract authority for the city manager. So during those times, then you would come forward. I just want to make sure.
Yeah, those are the two items where there would be an opportunity to speak directly to those as public hearing. On petitions from the floor, it's anything other than those two items. So please do step up to the microphone, or if you're on the Zoom, please raise your hand for petitions from the floor.
Mayor Weber, if I could just make one more announcement. We do allow 2 minutes for public comment and we do have a timer. So when you hear it chime, your 2 minutes is up. And I'll try to get the timer up on the large screen so you can also see it. Okay?
Very good. Petitions from the floor, sir.
It is up.
Oh, is that? Okay.
Let me see if.
I couldn't see it. Oh, there it is. I see it.
Yes, sir.
Okay, Rick Martinez, 735 Mesilla Road. I'm here to speak about the caboose and I'm asking the mayor, I put in a request to have a meeting with you so we can, and also with the city manager at the time, so we could talk about the caboose because I think you've always spoken with the board that keeps FA beautiful, but you haven't heard from me or know the history of how the caboose was acquired and what the lease agreement all says. That basically there is no public hearing about the decision that's done with the caboose because the city manager there, he gets to make that decision. And you appointed him, so he's going to be following your lead too at the same time. But I'm saying that the public likes to be left to hear a way to get public input on this before, because this can happen tomorrow. And I've really worked hard on this caboose to preserve it and to bring it to where it is now. You know, it took me a long time to do it. I did a lot of the work on it. I worked really hard. And I just like to have my voices heard a little bit with you and as the city manager as well, because the petitions for the caboose is, like I said, it doesn't have any public hearing, but there's a history behind it. There's a big history in how this was acquired. I don't think you guys know the history. So I want to present that history to you so we can, whenever he has to make that decision, he knows the history behind it. But right now, I sent a request to have a meeting with you, and I still haven't heard a word from anybody. So maybe we can have a meeting tomorrow, Saturday, or at least by Monday, just before anything could go. But I just think, you know, it's you guys just, I think they have to listen, and I hope the whole council listens, that the people are listening too at the same time. And I thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hello, counselors, staff, and all those in attendance today. My name is Louis DeMella. I'm the Vice President of AFSCME Local 3999. I'm here today to explain our membership's rejection of an amendment to our CBA with the city to get a 3% pay increase for the current fiscal year. Our membership has twice rejected the standing amendment change to our collective bargaining agreement with the city of Santa Fe. This is the fifth such amendment with our CBA with Santa Fe since our existing contract's ratification in 2017, and the third such resolution since the start of the COVID pandemic. We have made an offer to the city representative regarding the resolution that our membership is willing to approve. Membership wants language included from our original CBA that is not reflected in the present resolution. Current administration's inability to collaborate when it comes to bargaining with AFSCME over these years has been disappointing but unsurprising. Despite that standing problem, Ciudad de Santa Fe is the city of holy faith. As such, our members believe and have faith that the representatives for this administration will meet with us in good faith, transparency, and fairness when it comes to addressing the issues most pressing to our membership. Even with the increase in health insurance costs and para contributions, our membership is willing to wait to ensure that the language changes to our CBA reflect the best interest of our members. AFSCME members have been tasked with doing more work with fewer unionized staff over the past several years. Our members see an already top-heavy administration create more management positions with equal benefits with no clear improvement in city services. Our members know what happens when the city instead chooses to fund AFSCME workers. When the city commits to funding its transit drivers, bus routes that have been reduced to special order since the start of COVID can be restored. When the city invests in its community services, recreation centers can remain open longer with more programs available to the public. When the city invests, I actually have to skip here. This has resulted in our skilled, senior, and hungry workers to seek employment at other agencies, including the state and county, where they have been given 6% increases for this fiscal year. The state is eagerly willing to poach city workers with pay increases higher than anything the city has attempted to offer loyal unionized city employees. This is not a sustainable way to staff the largest pool of workers in the city of Santa Fe.
Thank you, sir. Others who are here not for the items that will be heard later, if you want to address something not on a public hearing, but as a matter of a petition from the floor, and there may be people in the Zoom room as well. Go ahead, now is the time.
Hi. Ooh, Adam Johnson. I just ran here because I was listening on Zoom. I want to address the portal. There was a case in the Planning Commission. Many members from a neighborhood complained about portal use. And I think that there was a perception among that group that the sort of deck was stacked against them. And I understand why they feel that way. And that's because the portal has consistently stymied public comment when its purpose is actually to promote it. So the system is complicated. I won't get into the details of it. But I do want to say that I think that there needs to be a workaround, especially in land use cases, whereby the public can email public comment to the land use staff, because there have really been many cases in which comment has not been received. It's just sort of disappeared into the ether. And I find that particularly concerning. This is not just a land use issue. During the Charter Commission hearings, I commented not once, not twice, but 3 times. I attended the public meetings, spoke my comment into the record, but they never appeared on the agenda. They never appeared in the sort of packet on PrimeGov. In that case, the Assistant City Attorney, Ms. Fagali, was very generous in accepting my comments, putting them into the record and circulating them to the Charter Commission. But I do want to raise this. I think that you just had a long discussion about IT issues. I think that this really needs to be worked on, and it's just not very user friendly. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Others with something not related to the public hearings that will be coming up next. How about in the Zoom category, Madam Clerk?
Mayor Weber, we do have 2 individuals on Zoom right now with their hands up. The first is Ms. Stephanie Beninato.
Good evening, Stephanie Beninato. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. I appreciate that the audit for 2021 got in, but I'm disappointed that there's no projection for the 2022 audit, because there were promises made of dates, and now it's sort of just trust us that everything will get done by December 15th. As a taxpayer, I'd also like to know how, not necessarily what the city's doing now, but how the $35,000 got paid to the wrong vendor, given that there were checks and balances set up by Miss Oster. I think this was under Miss Oster's watch, how those checks and balances failed. And I think as taxpayers, we deserve some answers. In terms of that appeal, which is a quasi-judicial matter from the moment it is filed, the ordinance you asked Ms. Romero Worth, was there a due process path? Well, it is in the ordinance itself. It's subsection I, which says that every procedure in the appeal process has to meet due process, which is at a minimum a notice and an opportunity for a meaningful time to be heard in a meaningful time in a meaningful way. That would mean that would be the third path, where you would say, oh my, I guess a discussion where the appellant doesn't know anything about it doesn't really meet subsection I. The same thing about the 35 days, because in this case, guess what? Even though the city attorney told you the minutes should have been reliably posted, in fact, the minutes were not posted until May 4th. So there was nothing, absolutely nothing in writing, nothing on YouTube that could have been used to say, here's what I heard, I'm documenting it when you made the appeal. And the findings of fact and conclusions of law, as you know, don't always match. So I think that you have missed an opportunity to actually assure due process in this appeal process. But I intend to go to court and hope the judge will actually decide that due process should apply throughout the procedure of the appeal. Thank you.
Thank you. Others in the Zoom room with a hand up, Madam Clerk?
Mayor, that is the only individual.
Okay, so I assume the others are there for the public hearing piece that we'll be having coming up. Is there anyone else not here for the public hearing part, but rather for petitions from the floor or on Zoom? Please, if you're here, step up now. If you're on the Zoom, please raise a hand. All right, Madam Clerk, let's move then. But
Sorry, there's individuals that keep raising their hand and then putting them down. So I just saw a few go up and go down. I think we're good to move on at this point.
okay, just to be clear, if you want to speak to the public hearing piece, that's about to happen. If you have something unrelated, now would be the time to speak about that. All right, we've moved then from the petitions from the floor to public comment on bills. And that takes us, Madam Clerk, to, I believe, 18A.
Yes, Mayor. Item 18A is public comment for its consideration of a bill number 2023-23. It's sponsored by Councillor Cassett and Councilwoman Villarreal. It's a bill creating Article 18-18, the high-end excise tax for affordable housing ordinance, establishing an excise tax on the transfer of certain residential property and dedicating the revenues to affordable housing.
Okay,
Mr. Mayor?
Madam, yeah,
Um,
Counselor.
Thank you. So per our procedural rules, there can be a short presentation by staff. And so I did want to make sure that Alexandra Ladd, I assume, is somewhere.
She is here. I don't know.
There she is.
Director Ladd, were you going to kick this off with a presentation of some kind?
Thank you. Thanks so much.
Take your time. What are we doing?
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, gotta love technology. Oh, we have to do the little hack.
Okay,
Okay.
good. So for everybody who is either here or watching, this is Alex, do you want to just set the stage about what we're going to be seeing?
Certainly. So the legislation in front of all of you and for the public to comment today is proposing to set up an excise tax for affordable housing. And the excise tax would be applied to transfers of real property, of real estate. We thought it would be helpful to just go through it briefly before the public comment so that the public can respond to the information that may or may not be totally clear from the packet. So with that said, my apologies. Okay, there we go. We're not going to touch anything. So what is the purpose of this kind of tax? And the main purpose is to establish a permanent and recurring funding stream to support affordable housing. The secondary effect of this is to offset the impact of high real estate values in Santa Fe. What this does is it creates a 3% tax on each real estate transfer valued above $1 million. Importantly, this helps to diversify the funding sources, the revenue streams into the Affordable Housing Trust Fund. So right now we do have dedicated funding sources, but they are one time. They're on the production side via our inclusionary zoning program, fees paid by developers. And so sometimes they're not very consistent and not very reliable. So this helps us to diversify. Municipalities have a statutory authority to enact excise taxes on specific products and services. The tax does not get approved via this ordinance because it has to go through a ballot question to the voters, which would be addressed in a separate city resolution. And what happens once we collect the money? It will be deposited into the Affordable Housing Trust Fund. And there are certain exemptions to the tax. And there's more than what's up on the screen. So I would encourage anyone to look at the piece of legislation if you really want to dive into it. I just picked out the ones that I thought were kind of the most common transactions that may affect more people. So any property that's already subject to affordability restrictions is not subject. Any property that's conveyed to a unit of government is not subject. Any property conveyed to an organization that's set up for charitable or religious purposes is not taxed. Any inheritance is not taxed. Transfers through mergers or consolidations, transfers of commercial land, undeveloped land, or family transfers are not subject. And what do we think the potential impact is? So this would apply only to transactions over $1 million and only to the portion above $1 million. So the first $1 million is not taxed. For example, on a $1.5 million transaction, there's a 3% tax paid on the 500,000, which is the amount above the 1 million. For every $100,000 greater than 1 million, the tax generates $3,000, 3% of 100,000. We've looked at prior year transactions through the MLS, the value of them, and calculated what we think that revenue stream could look like. And it's conservatively about 4.5 million per year. And then I think a big question that's come up again and again is, well, what happens to the money that is raised through this tax? And it is deposited in New Mexico into the Affordable Housing Trust Fund, which was set up after the New Mexico Affordable Housing Act was passed, that created an exemption for affordable housing in the anti-donation clause. So this anti-donation clause prevents governmental resources to be used for the benefit of private parties. There's an exemption for affordable housing. Our funds go into the Affordable Housing Trust Fund. The rules for the uses of the funds are set by the state law. So this is not the city setting these rules. This is a state law. And it governs everything from eligible uses to the criteria for applicants and to the requirements in the application. We do have this codified in our own city code 26-3. We report the uses annually to the New Mexico Mortgage Finance Authority. And the basic intent of this fund is to increase and preserve the supply of affordable housing that's available to low and moderate income residents of Santa Fe. But I wanted just to make the point that this is not sort of a slapdash situation. We are very regulated, and there are lots of rules that apply, and even beyond the city. So what are some of the eligible uses? It allows us, the New Mexico Affordable Housing Act allows the city to donate, provide, or pay for the costs of land, buildings to be renovated, converted, or demolished and reconstructed as affordable housing, the costs of acquisition, development, construction, financing, operating or owning affordable housing, or the cost of financing or infrastructure necessary to support affordable housing. A really important point here, supportive services, administrative costs, programming related expenses are not eligible. So we can't use it to pay for salaries. The city can't. Applicants for the funds can only use it for the capital costs of the housing or direct financial assistance to income qualified beneficiaries. Who's eligible? This is anybody, any individual who's earning less than 120% of the area median income. This is the general eligibility limit under state law. Various programs have many different eligibility criteria, but this is just the very top income that can be served. We use HUD, the Department of Housing and Urban Development statistics every year to determine what that eligible income level is. And that second bullet shows all of the agencies and organizations and different kinds of corporations and businesses that can apply for affordable housing trust funds. In our application process, we require that data-based evidence is used to demonstrate the need for the project. We demonstrate that we ask that applicants demonstrate that they have the experience, organizational resources, financial feasibility to complete the project or activity. And then how's it managed? Again, there's a very structured process. We have a community-based commission called the Community Development Commission, resident-based, advisory group chaired currently by Councilwoman Villarreal. Every year, this group sets funding priorities for the use of funds. We release a request for applications, usually in mid-January, early in the year. The applications that are submitted are reviewed by the Community Development Commission, and funding amounts are recommended based on how well the applications meet the evaluation criteria. So we use scoring tables and criteria and weighted factors to pick the best projects. Once that process is completed, the governing body ultimately reviews the funding recommendations and makes final approvals. And then my staff in the Office of Affordable Housing manages the funds, administers the contracts, and collects all the reporting data every quarter. For the last 3 years, here are 3 tables that show funding amounts according to activity. So you can see there's mortgage principal reduction assistance, and what that also, another word for that is down payment assistance. But what it does is it brings down the amount of mortgage that a home buyer has to borrow, so they can buy a more expensive home with a lower monthly payment. We've used funds for foreclosure prevention, funds for rental assistance. We've supported new construction, 100% affordable rental. We've supported the rehabilitation of 100% affordable rental. We've provided rental support for some transitional housing, some short-term rental support. And we've also provided funding for infrastructure development for affordable housing and for Consuelo's Place operations. Probably one of the most powerful impacts of the Affordable Housing Trust Fund is the fact that the city requires that anyone applying for the funds secures $3 of outside funding for every $1 of Affordable Housing Trust Fund. This can be an organizational resource. This can be philanthropic funds that are committed to the organization. It can be other federal or state funds. It can be in-kind resources. It can be debt or impact investments. So it can take various formats, but what it means is that for every $1 of Affordable Housing Trust Fund, $3 are coming from another source. So it quadruples essentially the impact of the investment. And just to give you an example of what that looks like over the last 3 years, this does not include the last quarter of fiscal year 23, because we're just finishing that up. But you can kind of see the impact of how big those numbers get. And then who benefits, like what happens, who is helped. And these statistics again are from the last 3 years. And you can see that because we were coming out of the pandemic, we spent a lot of time trying to stabilize housing situations for folks. And that's over 1,400 renters. Those are unduplicated renters. They were helped, they maintained their housing or got new housing because of this support. We helped 122 homeowners keep their homes. 40 households bought affordable homes for their incomes using mortgage assistance. And then again, we also used funds for rehabilitation of 100% rental homes. And I think the rest of it speaks for itself. And then who helps us out with this? This is not a complete list of all of our community partners, but you can see these are our the big dogs in the room. These are our amazing partners in the community without which we couldn't do this work. They're able to make the funding effective. They're nimble. They get it out the door quickly. They can pivot and change what they're doing based on the emerging needs that they're seeing in the community. So it's almost like a crowdsourced way of getting funds out into the community. We're asking the services provider and the affordable housing providers in the community to tell us what they need. And then we're funding them to provide that assistance to the community. And that's it.
Thank you. That's I'm sorry. I probably should have said this earlier. Part of our protocol is we neither applaud nor disapprove of speakers. It just turns into. It's nice to let Alex know how much you appreciate it, but please don't applaud. Please don't boo. Please don't express your opinion. Just let the speakers have their opportunity to speak. Councilor Cassidy, anything else in the before we get to the public comments?
No, Alexandra did an incredible job of really describing what this is. And I think that's it. Mm-hmm. Yep.
Very good. Thanks. With that, we will then move directly to the public comment. And we'll start with the folks who are lined up here and then go to the Zoom room, and we'll accord a 2-minute opportunity for people to provide input on this measure. Madam Clerk, are you ready to begin the process.
Yes, Mayor, but I'm also IT. Can you please put the timer on the screen? Mayor, I don't want to delay, so oh, there it is.
Okay, just everybody knows that that's the timer but we all are trying to be brief and respect everybody else's time. So with that, you have the floor, sir.
Miles Conway, Executive Officer for the Santa Fe Area Home Builders Association. I'm also on the board of the New Mexico Interfaith Housing. Our association takes longer to take a position on a piece of legislation than it takes to build a house. So I'm unable to do that tonight, but I do appreciate the fact that the city needs to use every tool in its toolbox to support housing and the crisis we face ourselves right now. And that's, we understand the excise tax. We have questions. How did $1 million get arrived at? Why not tie an excise tax to perhaps the average home price, which in New Mexico, when I pulled this data, was $468,000, a new home price in New Mexico. 200% of that might be a good place to start because it would offer a sliding scale. I think that once again, I find myself questioning, and this is not again in the city's control, but why are red states kicking our butt on housing affordability deployment? South Carolina taxes second homeowners at a higher rate, people that don't live in the state, than people that live there. Atlanta, Georgia has a infrastructure fund. So the new home price in New Mexico, and I'm not going to bring Santa Fe prices up because they're higher and they're depressing, but a new home price in New Mexico on average, $468,000. An affordable home price on average, $235,000. Take that times, say 5,100 homes that were behind in this region. That leaves you about $1 billion shortfall to fill this gap. So yeah, we need an affordable housing trust fund to be well supported and well leveraged by other funding sources. So the reality is that we have other tools we need in the toolbox, and the city needs to use every toolbox, every tool it has. Planning review is still not efficient enough. That's one of the reasons that a house costs more in Santa Fe than anywhere else. Permit issuances. I'm glad the union was here tonight. We need a timeline, as Manager Blair said. We need a timeline that's reasonable when you're having the audit discussion. A reasonable timeline when builders and developers could expect to get their permits.
Thank you.
An infrastructure fund.
Thank you, sir.
Land banking. We need all these things to make the Affordable Housing Trust Fund as effective as it can be.
Thank you.
Nobody's going to come apply for the Affordable Housing Trust Fund.
Thank you,
to
sir.
solve those.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Weber and City Council members. My name is Andrea Dobbins, and I serve as past president of the Santa Fe Association of Realtors, a nonprofit organization with over 900 members representing all aspects of the real estate industry. The association has been a strong advocate for many city housing initiatives to address affordability and stability, from supporting overlay districts like the Midtown Link or creative ways to meet the city's inclusionary zoning laws, to the relaxation of casita rules to help grow their development. Even in a market where housing construction costs are escalating, supply chains stall plans, mortgage rates fluctuate daily, and burdensome regulations continue to constrain the housing development, vital work remains to be done. The region's real estate committee remains committed to recommendations that grow housing, including the strategic use of city-owned land, development for the Midtown corridor, regulations to jumpstart the repurposing of vacant buildings, providing off-the-shelf pre-approved plans for casitas, and the elimination of any needless regulatory barriers to housing production, amongst others. With these goals in mind, the Santa Fe Association of Realtors is unable to support the proposed 3% home excise tax levy. The tax is not equitable as it places an onerous and growing transfer tax on a narrow group of home buyers, rather than all of the Santa Fe residents and businesses who could benefit from any housing tax. The home excise tax is divisive, pitting people against one another rather than proposing a broad-based funding structure that everyone can support. The tax will further increase the cost of housing for those trying to buy a home. The building of generational wealth through some ownership is valued by Americans, New Mexicans, and Santa Feans. This tax will take a part of the equity that has built up over time from Santa Fe homeowners and families. In contrast, we believe the city should continue to budget and use its substantial housing related tax revenues generated directly from real estate and construction GRT, and property taxes to fund its affordable housing programs. And lastly, housing advocates in the city have not done an effective job clearly demonstrating to the public how the $3 million budgeted for affordable housing will be used over the last 3 years. Thank you. We do want to support affordable housing and partner with you guys.
Thank you.
Hi, thank you, Mayor Weber and council members. My name is Mary Hall, and I'm a newcomer to Santa Fe, and I would gladly have paid a small amount more when I purchased my home to ensure that the teachers, coaches, medical assistants, service staff, and all the other hardworking people who give the city different its heart and character can afford to live here also. A city in which workers cannot afford to live is not equitable or sustainable. With a median home price of $604,000 and an average rental of $2,000 a month, the people who work here cannot afford to buy or rent here. Instead, they commute long distances, as you all know. And the other side is that they get a job somewhere else, and employers here struggle to find employees. And then we're all frustrated because we can't find the health care we need. We can't find the teachers we need. We can't find the services we need because they can't afford to live here. The Affordable Housing Trust Fund is a proven safe steward of our tax dollars, boosting its efficiency and efficacy with a permanent, stable funding stream from this tax will exponentially increase the assistance it provides to our neighbors in the form of construction and renovation of housing, down payment rental assistance. A small tax on purchases of homes nearly double the median price is a small price to pay to keep our working neighbors here and to keep Santa Fe sustainable and equitable. It's about ensuring that everyone has a home to live in. I encourage you to give the residents of this city the opportunity to unite around this tax and to vote and show their care and compassion. That's part of what makes Santa Fe the city different. Thank you.
Thank you.
Should I go? Okay.
Yes, please.
So my name is Wendy Crone. I moved here a little over 10 years ago from the Silicon Valley. I worked for Microsoft, actually, and I was making $200,000 a year as a salary and income when I worked there. I had $1 million home in the Silicon Valley. I could easily afford this tax, whether I bought a house there on that kind of income, or if I bought a house with cash, I could afford this tax. So my point here is that someone that could afford $1 million home, either here in Santa Fe or anywhere else, has to be making, in my point of view, having done it, well over $200,000 a year, or they've got plenty of cash to plunk down on a place. Either way, they can afford this tax. The home that I'm living in now has appreciated to over $1 million. And will be subject to this tax someday. And I support this tax. Okay. So with that said,
thank you.
they could afford it.
Thank you. Thank you for your speech. Yes, you're next, ma'am.
Hi, good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. I'm a Santa Fean. I have watched Santa Fe change and grow.
We need your name, however.
Pardon me?
We need your name.
Anna Gaigosi Reinhardt.
Thank you.
I'm a Santa Fean. I have watched Santa Fe change and grow for decades, from open dry land to clusters of apartments and houses built and sold due to gentrification. This includes my family's. I've seen our city become more beautiful to reside here in the arts and culture economy. One reason why people move here and visit. With all the second homes from out-of-towners that are empty much of the year, to the thousands of Airbnbs that have limited rental opportunities for locals, to high-end rental rates for housing and apartments not applicable to the low or moderate income worker, our living situations have been begging for change for years, thus the housing crisis today. The wages and housing go hand in hand. Low and medium salaries struggle to have a decent place to live. Those who make even $40,000 to $60,000 a year make too much to qualify in the income bracket categories and this criteria could change as well. Due to the Santa Fe population getting older, let's get Santa Fe to plan ahead through creating an affordable option for our kids and their kids to live, work, and play here as they grow. We have around 12,000 students in schools K through 12 right now, not including college students. Every year and for decades, we will have thousands of youth becoming young adults. What will they do? Where will they go? Let's not lose more generations leaving our city because they cannot afford to live here. We do not want robots taking on jobs. They do not need a home. I support the Housing Trust and the variances of whatever degree you go with that. Thank you and for all the work you do.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and City Councilors. My name is Gail Hurling. I've lived in Santa Fe since 1976. I have a working class background as well as waiting tables for 30 years, including when I needed a second job as a teacher. I have to say it upset me and makes me angry to read about how the Santa Fe Association of Realtors wrote in the paper that they feel this proposal is not fair or equitable because it places the tax on a narrow group of homeowners and home buyers. So to the realtors and to the city council and mayor, I respectfully say, the real folks who've been facing unfair and inequitable treatment, who've been paying sometimes more than 50% of their income on rent, are the working class folks. They've been paying ridiculously higher rents now because the cost of housing doubled due to the higher numbers of $1 million plus homes. I urge you to pass this proposal because the voters need to decide how to permanently fund the Affordable Housing Trust Fund. The Realtors Association spent $140,000 in 2009 to defeat the proposal, and we don't have that kind of money. However, we have a vision for our community to ensure that everyone who lives here can do so without worrying about where the next meal or utility payment or healthcare meds will come from, because hopefully they will spend 30% or less of their income on housing. It won't affect the buyer. I'm sorry, it does affect the buyer. It will not affect the seller. Therefore, people who have historic homes will not be affected to pay anything when they sell their home. And even without the money with low income, please vote for this.
Thank you very much. Yes, you're next.
Hi, my name is Corey Mansfield. I'm a Santa Fe County resident, not city. I came here today with 5 other Santa Fe County residents who have all been priced out of Santa Fe city limits. I do want to say thank you to the 2 co-sponsors of this bill. I believe this is a necessary first and modest step towards addressing the current housing crisis in Santa Fe. Every county resident that I came here with today has worked or does currently work in the city of Santa Fe. We deserve to live in and have a voice in the community that we serve. I also want to remind everyone, realtors, city council, everybody, that short-term rental and luxury homes and second home markets are all secondary to the industries that exist here that are kept afloat by the workers that you are displacing by not taking care of affordable housing. Thank you very much. Tax the rich.
Thank you. Come on, please don't applaud. Let's just be polite to everybody. Yes, your turn.
Hello, Mayor, City Councilors. My name is Sharon Shoemaker, and I've been a resident for the past 5 years. In a former life, the southern part of the state, I was a realtor. I understand I would have to say, sort of automatic reaction to any kind of change that might jeopardize their livelihood, their ability to earn a living. Sometimes it was metrics in an office that you had to meet. And I understand why it might feel threatening, but I don't think that any realtor is going to lose a sale because of this tax. Okay, so I hope that you will pass this and take it to the voters. I think there've been a lot of wonderful points made about working people who'd like to live here and can't. So thanks.
Thank you. Yes, you have the floor.
Good evening, councilors and mayor. Thank you for letting us speak today. My name is Lisa Wooldridge. I live close to Frenchies Park off Awafria. Excuse me, and I support this bill. It's not a perfect solution. It's part of the solution. My experience with clients of mine with the Affordable Housing Trust Fund is that it's a very well-constructed mechanism, but without regular funding, we've got this great car with no wheels. And I think having regular funding is really important to maintaining the stability of that program. I have raised 2 children into adulthood here, and I have watched over and over the best and the brightest of our community have to leave. I have one child still living here, excuse me, and it is they pay a large percentage of their income for housing. So while this isn't a perfect solution, and I support it, and I think it's important to remember what we're doing here tonight is to try to persuade you all to allow the local registered voters of Santa Fe to decide on this issue. You're not going to decide on it. You're just going to promote it up to the next step. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor and councilors, my name is Elaine Sullivan. My family moved to Santa Fe 33 years ago, July of 1990, and I have loved this city ever since. One of the things, a major thing that attracted us to Santa Fe was the diversity of its residents. And that diversity is eroding every single day. I support this tax because it could help us make Santa Fe the wonderful city that it has the potential to be, including for so many people who can't afford to live here. To the slide of who benefits, I would add myself and so many people in Santa Fe who can afford to buy our homes. We will benefit by this tax. Please pass it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Rachel Thompson. And I just wanted to really underline, I guess, what Wendy said about not objecting to paying this tax on purchasing $1 million house. I wish we could speak to some of the people who have bought these houses in the last year and ask them how much of a difference it would have made to them if there had been this tax. I think they come here because they love the city, they love the culture, and they want the city and the city's residents to have lives that are sustainable. Listening to the Santa Fe Association of Realtors say that this is going to be divisive, I think they need to understand that the city is already profoundly divided, and the cost of housing is the issue that is causing it the most. It's historical, it's still happening. And I think it would be a shame if we have to contend as residents with trying to argue our case against the National Association of Realtors. I think it'll be very unfortunate. I read this morning they spent about $140,000, the 2 associations, to kill this proposed legislation a couple of times before. I'm really glad we have another time to go around at it. I know that however I can help, if I have to go to door, educating people, I'll be doing that. I posted a note about this meeting up on the Santa Fe bulletin board on Facebook the other night. And one of the things people said was, well, we don't want to have to give a lot of money to the city and have them, fritter it away, essentially was the comment that was made. So I thought it was so important what Alex showed, which is that there are very, very strict and monitored criteria for how this money will be spent. I think we're going to have to really let voters know about that.
And lastly, I'll just say, I'm in 87507 and the Zillow tells me that the housing prices on the south side are going up 6% this year.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey there, my name is Beecham, and I'm a resident of Santa Fe and a property owner. And what I would like to say is I'm also a member of this S3 Santa Fe Housing Initiative, and I'm part of the Lived Experience Advisory Board. So I've seen both sides of this issue. I've been penniless and homeless, and if it hadn't been for the support of the community and the fact that I do believe now I'm gay, but I don't present as gay a lot of times. But if I hadn't been white and if I hadn't, if I didn't have white privilege, I'd probably be 6 feet under like my fellow unhoused people on the street. I'm also a member of the mental health community. I have complex PTSD. It's hard for me to get up here and speak, but this is an important enough issue for me to say that, and I come from generational wealth. So I do believe that the generational wealth folks are going to make it just fine, believe me. So yeah, and as far as the real estate goes, trust me, I heard someone else say it, but they're not going to lose out on one house sale. So 3% is not enough as far as I'm concerned. And from going from penniless to where I am right now, I want to give back to the community because I see a very unbalanced, if your community is unbalanced and it's not working in a symbiotic way, you're going to experience terrible consequences. And you're going to have homelessness. And that's what I'm trying to stop and help with. So 3% is not enough. We need to do everything we can to make this a more fair, diverse community. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Please do not applaud. Please don't. Yes, you have the floor.
Honorable Mayor and honorable City Council members, my name is Edie Lopez de Vargas, and I'm from one of the founding families of Santa Fe. And I'm here to ask you to please pass this. And as everyone has stated before me, this is just the first step. And let's hope that you are looking at innovation of how to bring about more permanent funding for affordable housing. And I hope you vote yes. People who buy expensive homes actually can afford this 3%. I don't think that they really do not want to be part of the community if it helps everyone in the community. And as people have stated, we know what the median income for a house in Santa Fe is. It's pretty horrendous. This tax will create $4.5 million funding. That could go a long way for its goals. It has helped a great deal of people, I think 2,500 plus. And you all got a briefing about how it's matched. And rentals, of course, are pretty atrocious here, nothing under $2,000 or so. And 30,000 people from the community have to commute. I mean, what happens when the police have an emergency and it takes them an hour to come and deal with it? So this really helps the entire community. So the current funding is, as you know, City Council is part of the political will. So this will help shore up through innovation to have this affordable housing. And I want to ask you to please vote on this because we all have an appetite for a little casita or a home, and we're starving.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, you have the floor.
Mayor Weber and councilors, thank you very much for allowing me to speak tonight. My name is Adrienne Harvitz, and I am a Realtor. And I support this initiative. And with all due respect to the Santa Fe Association of Realtors, who are so wonderful at helping us when we need you, I'm a part of your organization and I don't agree with you tonight. My clients are both buyers and sellers, and I can't say that I represent anyone that is buying or selling that's in the market of in the range of people that would be negatively potentially affected by this initiative and this tax. And even then, I don't know that it, as many people have brought up tonight, would be a negative. I think there are many people that would be willing to contribute when they understand so specifically where those funds would be going and benefiting our community. The people I work with are typically women in transition, women going through divorces and looking to buy an affordable home now as a single parent for the first time, maybe. That's many of the buyers I have worked with. People that work and live here, first-time home buyers with 2 incomes, working at local businesses and nonprofits. I've lived here 20 years. I've been a teacher here. I've worked for many nonprofits and organizations, and I can tell you, I understand truly how hard it is to afford a home in Santa Fe. I look at the market every day, and I can tell you, properties that my clients, which I've described to you, can afford are seldom. Anything we can do against rising interest rates, all kinds of challenges and rising home prices to create more affordable units is going to be imperative for the future of the city and its livability and quality of life for all residents, particularly our children who benefit from parents who aren't so stressed out that they can't function. It's supposed to be funny, but it's real. So what I'd like to say is please support this initiative. Let us vote on this. Let us show you that our community wants this and needs this, and we'll rally around it. Thank you so much for your time. I hear so many problems about housing, and this is something that's a solution to supporting and funding our community housing trust fund perpetually. And I'm all about that. I'm not hearing a whole lot of solutions, and this is one. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir. You have the floor.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, my name is Adam Johnson. I am the executive director of the Old Santa Fe Association, a historic preservation and history education nonprofit since 1926. We offer our support for this bill. We hope to be even more full-throated in our support of it once more data and inspired leadership is evident. Data and envisioning will best enable nonprofits like mine to change hearts and minds, as this is a ballot initiative. We look forward to greater information about how this bill will affect affordable housing, and Ms. Ladd gave us some tonight. For instance, who will control the funds? What will be the milestones or benchmarks for that accountability? And how will the public be engaged in this process? Another important question is whether the tax revenue would replace some of the city's contributions, which is somewhere on the order of $3 million to the fund. The point of the tax is to greatly increase the coffers, as I understand it, of the Affordable Housing Trust Fund, and thus the city should also commit to maintaining or increasing its current contribution. We are regularly disheartened, I think, as a community about acrimonious discussions around affordable housing because too often residents near developments are blamed for resistance to shouldering the burden. Their perspectives are often drowned out by genuflection to the market. Developers who opt for the fee in lieu, as well as builders that focus only on high-end homes, are not only given a free pass in the name of supply increase, but the negative impacts on affordability, their negative impacts on affordability go unanalyzed. As has been pointed out many times, increasing merely the supply of single-family high-end homes will not solve our problem if that is the only supply that's added to the city. To increase affordable housing, we need more modest housing stock, as well as measures like restrictions on investment type short-term rentals, a commitment from our leaders to moderate luxury developments, perhaps a revamped public housing initiative, and measures like this high-end luxury tax. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor, councilors. My name is Daniel Werwath. I'm the executive director of New Mexico Interfaith Housing. We built the Seiler Yard project, I think a shining example of what public funds can do, what trust funds can do in our community. And first, let me say on behalf of our organization's board of directors, they've officially endorsed this idea. So impressed with the cross-section of support for this, right? This is You don't see me in Old Santa Fe Association standing up on the same stuff very often. So like soak it up. But I want to speak personally as someone who's worked on affordable housing for 20 years and grew up watching another generation working on these same issues before me. For 16 years, we've been trying to fund this trust fund, right? All the while watching more and more families get displaced from our town. People are rightfully asking, we tried this in 2009. What's different now? The median home price has doubled. Rents have tripled. Over 30,000 commuters commute into our town every day, our workers. Just in the last few years, the sale of high-end homes, $1 million plus homes, has doubled to over 400 a year in city limits. It's almost half of our real estate market now. Sadly, the only thing that hasn't changed is the Realtors Association coming out swinging with counterfactual talking points and mythical funding sources that they promised in 2009 and still haven't appeared. We tried it their way and it didn't work. Asking people with considerable wealth to pay a modest fee to help offset the community issues that they're contributing to, it isn't a punishment. This is a way for newcomers in our community to help invest in true equity, not realtor equity, but true equity. That really ensure the people that are at the heart of our culture and their world-class amenities are don't get priced out. Let's let the community decide on what's best. Let's put this proposal to vote in November. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Hello, Mayor and councilors. My name is Tomas Rivera. I am with Chainbreaker Collective. Chainbreaker is a membership-led economic and environmental justice organization. We have over 800 dues-paying members, bulk of whom are low-income people of color living in neighborhoods vulnerable to displacement, most of whom are renters, many of whom, dozens of whom, were represented in the benefits slide that was presented earlier today from the Affordable Housing Trust Fund. We know that the Affordable Housing Trust Fund does good work and has the potential to do even better work if it's funded. It's funded regularly and there's a steady stream of funding. We support this transfer tax and we are ready, willing, able, and eager to start putting boots on the ground to help mobilize people to vote in favor of it. And we encourage you to start that off by voting in favor of it today. Thank you.
Thank you. You got to get closer to the mic.
Should I wait for the timer to start over?
I think she's got you ready to go.
Hello, good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Sky Johnson. I'm a leading member of Earth Care. We're a member-based organization located on the south side of Santa Fe with over 1,000 members who are young people and parents who will benefit from this effort. Our organization also houses Santa Fe Mutual Aid Network, a neighbor-to-neighbor network that has, I'm so sorry, that is working to share resources and address economic justice issues in our community. The Mutual Aid Network has helped hundreds of community members with rental assistance and other emergency aid. Our members know firsthand how dire the affordable housing crisis is in Santa Fe. I'm personally impacted by this issue. I live in Fairway Village on the south side of town. I'm 19 years old, and I've spent my entire life here in Santa Fe. I support the high-end excise tax for affordable housing because little to none of our locals can afford the houses that are being sold, let alone a one-bedroom apartment on the south side. And I, as an almost 20-year-old woman, should be able to afford moving out of my parents' house without having to move to a town that's like over an hour away. The people that end up moving away to other towns are also forced to move away from from the life that they've established here and the people that they have connections with, like their family, their friends, even their pets. They have to leave their jobs and businesses just to afford to live. Fortunately, my parents have always welcomed me to stay in their house until I can be steady on my own, but this isn't always the case for the youth in our area. Several of my friends and family members have been basically kicked out by their families, saying they need to learn to be on their own, even if life's tough. The lack of affordable housing is driving more and more people like me who were born and grew up here out of town. I want to continue to live here in Santa Fe with my friends and family, but that might be impossible if housing does not become more affordable and accessible. the high and equitable living in their city and community, and in supporting our families and youth. Please vote in our favor. Thank you.
Thank you. You have the floor.
Good evening, Mayor and Council, and thank you. My name is Destiny Krupnick. I'm 20 years old, and I live in Midtown Santa Fe, New Mexico. I'm a member of EarthCare, and I'm a huge advocate for affordable housing. For the past 60 days, I've been homeless and struggled to find a place to live that was reasonable. It was one of the most stressful periods of my life. I spent the week leading up to becoming homeless in the hospital, the urgent care, and ER. Due to health complications, I was unable to work and make money that was needed for me to find housing accommodations. I was lucky. My sister, with concerns for my health, was able to let me sleep at her house and provided me a place to stay. That wasn't easy on any of us. Some nights I slept on her couch, or sometimes she would call her friends and stay with them for a few weeks to give me her room space so that we didn't overcrowd her house because she already has 3 roommates. But not everyone has a sister like mine or family of friends who can let them live with them for a couple weeks. The only way I was able to, a week ago, I finally found and moved into a place to call my own. The only way I was able to do that was to push past the shame of being homeless, advocate for myself, and negotiate with my new landlord to give me a lower rent. Not everyone has a support system to fall on, and not everyone has the time, the energy, or the resources to clearly advocate for the help that they need. In Santa Fe, there is a huge wealth gap. The lowest cost rental in Santa Fe available today was $1,200, and the highest was $20,000. I bet you can guess what side of town each one was on. When I was looking at housing, a studio apartment started at $1,200 and went up from there. Whereas in Albuquerque, it started at $600 for the exact same housing, same square footage and everything. I didn't want to move to Albuquerque because my friends, my family, my jobs, and my support systems are all up here. So I turned to the affordable housing units, but they were all filled with no upcoming vacancies in the foreseeable future. We must address and mitigate the housing disparity in the city. If young people and families are really what the city cares about, then I urge you to vote in favor of the ordinance and provide housing by recycling the excess wealth in the city and putting it where it's needed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, good evening. My name is Nisa Gallegos. I am an 18-year-old member leader with EarthCare. I currently reside in the Tierra Rayel trailer park on the south side of town. I support the high and excess tax for affordable housing because if people can pay that much money for a house, other people who have been in Santa Fe for their entire lives should be able to afford to live here too. Right now, Santa Fe is incredibly unaffordable. For a year now, my mom has been looking for a house or apartment that she can afford without having to work 2 jobs and be at work at all hours of the day and night. We currently live with my grandparents. My brothers are sharing a room, which is normal, right? But I am currently sharing a room and a bed with my mom because we cannot afford a house with enough rooms for all of us in our price range. A lot of people are getting pushed to Bernalillo and Albuquerque because houses here in Santa Fe just aren't affordable unless you're a rich tourist. I want my family to be able to stay here in Santa Fe and not have to work hard just to get by. So please say yes to the high-end excess tax for affordable housing and support our community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Karoom Henry. I am a present member of the Lived Experience of Santa Fe. I live 2 blocks away. Previously, I lived on Juniper Drive. Yes, I know all about location coming from New York City. And coming from New York City, also doing antique restoration, I can also tell you that 3% on a $1.5 million home, if a so-called rich person cannot afford 3%, they have no business buying a $1.5 million home. You can keep them coming, Mr. Mayor. I used to work for the paper. Also, each and every one of you on this panel is an elected official. You were not elected by the Santa Fe Realtors Association. You were elected by the people. And the people have been talking all evening, voicing their support for this bill. And this bill should be a no-brainer. Because in California right now, where we have those striking union workers, one of the stipulations that they put in their bargaining agreement is to be able to live closer to work. Now, how many people before me have said that they would love to stay in Santa Fe? How many cannot afford to live in Santa Fe but work in Santa Fe? I just think of myself as being very privileged because I walk with God, which is why I can live 2 blocks away from where I work. I don't have a car. I should learn how to drive, but I'm so afraid of driving off a precipice. But we all got our issues. And this is Santa Fe's biggest issue, is affordable housing. And I don't understand why we are over here feeling sorry for rich white people. I'm still trying to figure it out, because we're the poorest state, one of the poorest state in the nation. And if you're gonna have people coming here who are willing to spend millions of dollars on a home, which 20 years ago costs $20,000, $30,000 before gentrification. And this is one of the things we always have to think about. You walk with God, you look out for the poor. You don't just look out for the rich.
Thank you.
Oh, I wasn't even finished yet, Mr. Mayor, but
I'm
I'm gonna have much more time, another time, to further my arguments. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good evening.
Thank you.
And walk with God. Remember what Jesus would do. He wouldn't be looking out for the Santa Fe Realtors Association.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Isaac Segura. I am a member of YCC, or Youth Works. I'm just here to speak about my story on how they helped me with housing. There was a moment where my mom had to get surgery. She couldn't work at all for at least like a good month or two. And we were already behind on all our bills, all our payments, and we're about to get kicked out of our housing situation. And they helped us pay our water bill, and we're able just to stay in Santa Fe just because of it. So yeah, I support the law that you guys are bringing up today. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hi, my name is John Chavez. I work in YCC with YouthWorks, and this is my story. Last year during COVID, my grandmother is 72 and she needed knee surgery. And so she needed to get out of work, and we're not very wealthy, honestly. We don't have any help from anybody else. It's just me, my grandma, my sister. And so when she said that she was out of work, I didn't know what to do, honestly. I was scared, really scared. And so I asked my supervisor, John Paul, I said, do you know any housing that could help me with money or anything? Because we're not going to be able to live like at all. We're going to be homeless in the next month if my grandma can't work or we don't get the fund. And so sure enough, YouthWorks helped me out with the funding for 4 months, and we didn't become homeless, and my grandma is working again. And some people just need help just to get back on their feet, whoever it is. And I support this because it helped me, it could help everybody else. I'm a youth, and I just feel like everybody could use a shot at anything, you know? Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Good evening, councilors, mayor. My name is Alicia Shaw, and I have called Santa Fe my home for 18 years. I would not be able to live here now if I didn't have a friend renting to me below market value. One of my dearest, longest, oldest friends who I met at the College of Santa Fe is facing homelessness right now because they cannot find affordable housing. And stories like this are innumerable, truly. Like it's a dire, dire crisis, as we've been hearing. And so we need you to pursue every strategy you can to address this housing crisis. And this excise tax on high-end homes to fund the Affordable Housing Trust Fund is just one strategy that we need you to pursue. We need you to be courageous and visionary and bold and innovative and responsive to meet the housing crisis, which is absolutely destroying our community. Thank you, Councilors Cassett and Villarreal, for bringing this forward. And thank you, Mayor and Council, for considering it. Please put this excise tax on the ballot so that the voters can decide to support affordable housing. And please pursue every strategy you can to address this crisis with the urgency it demands. Thank you.
Thank you.
Honorable Mayor and City Council members, the following four ladies behind me have asked if I could translate for them. I don't know what the policy is,
fine.
but is it all right if I translate?
Absolutely.
All right.
Hola, buenas noches. Mi nombre es Lucía. Soy residente de Santa Fe, del Distrito 3. Bueno, en algún momento yo recibí la ayuda por YouthWorks, perdón. Siento que muchas veces no todos tenemos las mismas oportunidades y es una gran ayuda para muchas personas, familias, amigos, vecinos que conozco. Y pues si mi forma de hablar con ustedes es para ayudar.
This young lady is saying that she is most thankful for all of the assistance that she has received. She looks at this as an opportunity for her to be able to have affordable housing.
Creo que está bien. Como dije, muchas personas no tenemos las mismas oportunidades y pues está bien todo lo que es un voto que nos va a ayudar y va a ayudar a muchísimas personas. Gracias.
She says, thank you, that this will give a lot of individuals opportunity, and she appreciates being able to speak to you about it.
Thank you.
Buenas noches, mi nombre es Jessica Méndez, residente de Santa Fe, de la sección 3. Este beneficio nos ayudaría a muchas familias de Santa Fe que muchas veces no podemos con todos los pagar nuestras rentas, ya que han subido mucho nos están cobrando ya más caro y nos ayudaría a salir adelante.
She wants to say that she's thankful for everything that has occurred to her. And this is for numerous families throughout Santa Fe. And she looks forward to any opportunity to be able to have a home.
Es una gran oportunidad para todos nosotros que muchas familias son de bajos recursos y yo como muchas familias que conozco hemos pedido ayuda y sí nos han brindado ayudas en varias organizaciones. Nos ayudaría a salir adelante con nuestros hijos, ya que muchas de nosotros somos madres solteras y necesitamos ayuda.
She says that she is a single mother and she is delighted that some people have helped her bring her family forward, and she's happy to be a resident of Santa Fe.
Gracias a todos por escucharnos y pues igual que yo, como muchas familias somos de bajos recursos y esto nos ayudaría a todos nosotros de bajos recursos. Gracias.
She says, thank you. It is difficult rearing a family in this environment, and she's gotten a lot of help and hopes as this passes.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Gina Alves.
Can you adjust the microphone a little bit so we can hear you clearly?
Okay,
Thank you.
my name is Gina Alves. I live in Santa Fe, District 3. So I think this new proposal is really important for people in Santa Fe. I have a website, Ayuda a la Comunidad a través de la Unidad. And sometimes it's so hard to see people who don't have a house and they call me and say, Gina, I need help. I don't have a house, I don't have a food, I don't have a sorry. It's so hard for me to try to help the people to find purchase, to find, go to YouthWorks, go to different places and they can help you speak English. It's so hard for the people to find the help. And it's ridiculous. A lot of people have
benefits immigrant people in community in Santa Fe. They don't have help. They don't have nothing. They don't have a house. They live in the sofa and they work hard. I see how they work and they work super hard. So they really need some kind of help because I have friends here who they don't understand half where you say, I can tell you 90%. And they still here because they see the light, a little bit of hope. They see something, you know, maybe if we're there, they can help. Ahora sí, ayúdeme usted porque ya me voy. Bueno. So, esa gente necesita ayuda. Yo tengo mi página y en mi página puedo mostrarles cientos de mensajes que dicen, ¿sabes qué? Me desconectaron el agua, me desconectaron la luz. No, ¿de dónde puedo yo sacar ese dinero para ayudarlos? Lo único que puedo hacer es meterme en Google, meterme a buscar recursos de Santa Fe para decirles, ¿sabes qué? Llama a este lugar. Si no tienen alguien que hable español, inglés, perdón, yo te ayudo. Dame la aplicación, yo te lleno. A mí nadie me paga, solamente soy voluntaria y por eso creé mi página para poderlos ayudar a ellos.
She said she has a website and she helps a great deal of people who don't speak English. And she has a difficult time helping them because she doesn't have the resources to help them, except that she can occasionally fill out forms for them and help them. But she says there's hundreds of people that don't know where to go when their electricity or their utilities are turned off. And she says, we really want to stay in Santa Fe because we see a tiny little light and we want to stay here, but they need help.
Thank you. Thanks very much. Thank you. Yes, you have the floor, sir.
My name is Jim Hannon. I want to thank Councilors Villarreal and Cassett for bringing this important measure to the floor. I'd like to request that the other 7 members of the governing body also support this, and I believe it'd be important to put this on the ballot and to all of you to support it as a unified body and move this forward for the election in November. I request all of you consider it and hopefully all of you support it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yes, you have the floor, sir.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, my name is Len Rand. I'm the current board chair at the Interfaith Community Shelter and also at the Food Depot. And I can tell you both organizations support this proposal. We see the results of lack of affordable housing on a daily basis at both organizations. In the case of the shelter, we see people who have health problems, substance abuse problems that have been badly exacerbated by being forced out of their homes. We see cases when we do get a housing voucher from many of those people. They can't find anybody that will accept it at the prices. So they end up continuing to be homeless. At the Food Depot, we see people waiting in line for 2 hours and more to get a box of food because they can't afford to buy food for their family because of the other burdens of medical and housing that they're under. So, you know, we do strongly support that. I would suggest one minor but potentially significant modification to the proposed bill. In reading it over this afternoon, I noticed that it does not cover new construction. And I would encourage you to take a look at imposing the same 3% on overage above $1 million on new construction as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, Councilors. My name is Pascual Hernandez. I'm the Director of Volunteer and Family Services for Santa Fe Habitat. We're one of the community partners. We do receive CDBG money from the city for repairs and for down payment assistance and other We could be doing so much more if we had this fund. That's an understatement. Right now, what we're lacking really is property. I have a list of about close to 500 people that are waiting. They call me and email me almost on a weekly basis, wondering when we're going to open up our application process again. We need property. And this would be a form and a way for us to acquire property for us to be able to build more. I'm asking all of you to please vote yes and support this. It would be miles for Santa Fe. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and council members, and thanks to the people co-sponsoring this and the organizations that have worked to put this forward. And I live near Frenchie's Field as well. Someone else was shouting that out earlier in District 1.
Could I get your name for the record?
Oh, my name is Amy Farrow-Weiss, and I'm also a low-income nonprofit worker and the founder and director of the St. Francis Homelessness Challenge. We did that report for the city about the SOSs a couple of years ago. And I was pretty surprised to hear the Realtors Association and the builders say, we want to expand this tax. They're actually coming here and saying this is inequitable because we want to expand the tax, which was kind of interesting. They said it should be expanded to houses that are, 600,000 and above or something like that. And that was interesting to me. And so I went to get some water from my car just now, and I saw the lady from the Realtors Association, and we had a nice chat. And we're on different sides of this one, but we're on the same side of a lot of things. And I asked her, does this cut into your fees at all? And she said, no. But, some doctors wanted to buy a house recently and it was over $1 million. And I said, well, how much would that be? Would that be $30,000? Oh, no, it was just $15,000. And, but we want to encourage them to be here. And so I just thought that was really interesting that they're talking about wanting to expand it. And this doesn't cut into their fees at all. And so they were saying, we really want to find a good way to raise this money. And maybe they could volunteer to offer some of their fees up as a solution, since they've been working on this, as that gentleman said, from the nonprofit since 2009, since they've been pushing back and looking for other options. So maybe they put in half the fees and the people who buy the houses put in the rest. That's an option. That was brought to you by the Realtors Association. All right, thanks.
Thank you.
All right.
Could you make sure you get real close to the microphone?
Hello, I'm
That's
Thomas Elwright.
Great, thank you.
I'm a concerned citizen, and not only do I think this is the right thing to do, I'm sure a lot of you would agree. Something I don't think anybody has brought up is that some of these funds, decent portion, is going to be returning to our community into a bunch of different industries. So, it's not like we're sending this money away. It'll be very beneficial to everybody involved. So thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. My name is Salomon Moises Miqueas Cordova. I am a native New Mexican, and I work for the Los Alamos National Laboratories Foundation, in the College, Community, and Career Pathways Department. And I want to talk about this issue as a community issue and also childhood development issue. If we think about economic development for our state and we think about the problems that are facing the students and the students who are at most need and most underrepresented in our state and in this city, they're really the people who need affordable housing. And first and foremost, in the science of belonging, well-being, purpose, and meaning, home life is the first base for career success, educational success, and really for, again, the economic success of the city and of the state. And if we really want people to be here and to thrive, it's not just the most privileged or those who have opportunities first, presented to them and who are living in a home that can afford them to take advantage of those opportunities. It's really those who are disadvantaged and are having to fight to even show up to school, to show up to get a proper education. And so, yeah, anyway, that's why I'm in support of this going to ballot. And I really think we're owed as citizens a little integrity that private interest isn't going to win out. in this case and isn't going to win out in the case of really a brighter future for Santa Fe.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Jordan Young. I've lived in Santa Fe for 9 years. Over the course of those 9 years, I've watched my friends and neighborhood members be displaced and leave this wonderful community that I call home. That problem is huge. And this step that I'm hoping that we can all take together will be a first step in doing much more to support affordable housing in Santa Fe. It feels wonderful to see everyone here in support, but it also feels like such a small step for such a large problem. And I encourage the council members to think about all of the various ways that they can support affordable housing in Santa Fe. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, Mayor. Hello, Mayor, council members. My name is Ursula Aldridge. I'm Oglala Lakota from Pine Ridge, South Dakota, United States, prisoner of war camp 144. And I've moved to Santa Fe many years ago because I'm a native artist and I've made a good living here, but I haven't been able to do that since the pandemic. And I'm just supporting this 3% bill because I benefited and I became homeless because I could not support myself anymore with the art that I've done my whole life, and I've been able to support myself. And programs that this bill would fund, it helped me become housed, and I'm working to get back on my feet and working on my art again. And I just hope you guys, do the right thing and vote on this bill. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor, City Council, my name is John Paul Granillo. Ms. McSherry, nice to see you again. One of the things that I would like to bring up first, prior to this, is the interpreter that you had. So I'm assuming, Aaron, that you had this recorded. And if it is recorded, that you get the proper translation because it didn't give justice to what those ladies said. I can't speak out of context. I'd rather you just get an interpreter to go through it and give you what they said so that you understand it with the different context of what was said to you. Secondly, the affordable housing that we're talking about and the fund that it went into, it did help thousands of New Mexicans and, hundreds. We saw it on the screen. But I've also, as a community leader, worked with many of families that it could help, but I have to turn away. I have to turn them away because there's not enough. There's not enough for them to be able to do that. And I have a longer list of people that need the help and the less amount of resources than the money that is given from the Affordable Housing Trust. And I get the balance that needs to happen, but it just seems so unjust to turn the individuals away due to the comfortability of another individual's living circumstances. And so for that, I would hope that you guys push forward and make this the opportunity to be able to give it to the people and allow the people to vote on it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Mayor and the councilors, I'm Jean Palmer. I have only in the last year begun working really diligently on dealing with the unhoused. And my feeling is that this is very important to get on the ballot. And then, as other people have said, also to have some other things in the package, I guess I would say, is because it's not enough. And I think that every single person in Santa Fe deserves a home and needs to have a home. And I've been really surprised at some of the unhoused people that I have met, people who have PhDs, elderly people, people who are, I have a person I just found out yesterday that's going to be unhoused starting tomorrow. She doesn't know where she's going to go. I have reached out and given her some resources to go talk to, but it's a real need in this community. And I just hope that with this, if it passes, and I assume that it's going to pass based on at least the comments tonight, I hope that's a good sign. But that I think every single person in Santa Fe deserves a home.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in this room before we go to the people who are on the Zoom connection? Anybody else wants to come speak? Okay, Madam Clerk, can you get folks who want to speak on this issue to raise their hands, and then you can unmute them individually for a 2-minute opportunity to address the issue?
Yes, Mayor. The first person we have is Bill. And Bill, you have the letter R.
Okay, thank you, councilors and mayor. This is Bill Roth. I wear a couple of hats. I'm a longtime general contractor in Santa Fe. I'm a member, board president of New Mexico Interfaith Housing, and I serve with Councilor Romero Worth on the Water Conservation Committee. So I'm involved in a lot of ways in housing in Santa Fe. I have a few points. One, just want to clarify to the woman who I think stated that the tax started at $600,000. I think the point that was made was perhaps to pin the minimum amount at 200% of a median cost of a home. And in Santa Fe, that's around $600,000. And frankly, I'm in support of that because home prices only go up. And I believe that we need to reflect that with any kind of excise tax. The other thing I wanted to mention is, as a builder, I've watched home prices increase. My clientele is pretty much the same, but what they're paying for the houses that I build has gone up. And I can comfortably say that if I have a client that can afford a $1.5 million house, they can afford the extra $15,000. I mean, honestly, that's like an upgrade on their appliance package. That will not keep anybody from building a new home. And then frankly, I may have missed this, but I believe it did not apply to new construction. And this might sound counterintuitive for a builder to propose this, but I believe it should apply to new construction. It should apply to any house that's over $1 million. So I'd like to mention that. The other thing I'd like to advocate for is these funds being used to leverage other funds that are available to the city and probably from the state for infrastructure development, specifically in Tierra Contenta, where there is going to be a push to build multiple types of affordable housing. And I think that would be a good use of the funds. I know myself and probably other builders would love to go down there and build small projects down there, not large scale, but small scale single family home projects. And this would be a real indication that the city is on board with solving this problem basically across the board. And infrastructure is a huge one. And along with this,
Bill,
what's that?
2 minutes is up.
Thanks for your time, but
Okay, thanks for listening to me.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Madam Clerk.
Shally Manlev.
Thank you so much, Mayor, City Councilors. My name is Shelley Manlev. I'm a resident of the city of Santa Fe and a constituent of Councilor Cassett. I want to express my great thanks to Councilor Cassett and Councilor Romero Worth for this important, Councilor Villarreal, for this important resolution. I am someone who served as the public health leader for the state, former president of the New Mexico Public Health Association, on the state's public health infrastructure task force. And as someone with expertise in public health, we all know that housing is a critical social determinant of health. Without housing, it's the places that people live, work, and play that have the greatest impact on health. And we need to ensure the health of all members of our community. I have to say, I was a little surprised to hear the word inequitable used as a concern around this measure, because what equity means is that everyone has a fair and just opportunity to attain their highest level of health. And part of that is being housed. And so, in fact, this is an incredible equity measure in which people who have more, anyone who can afford a house that is more than $1 million, has wealth, has resources. The people that have more are allowing those people who have less, as we know, not because of all the stereotypes are not true. People work incredibly hard, and we need to make sure that they have adequate housing to help them be healthy and flourish and reach their fullest potential. So I feel excited about the sustainable approach in which there is some redistribution of income to share and make our community better for everyone. Thank you so much for this opportunity, and I strongly encourage the City Council to allow the voters to make the choice that's going to be best for all of us in Santa Fe when everyone has that important part of health, which is housing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Rabbi? Yeah. Nahum?
Hi, I'm Rabbi Nahum Ward-Lev. I've been a clergy person in this community of Santa Fe for 30 years now, which is not a very long time in Santa Fe terms, but it's long enough to have seen the housing prices and the rental rates skyrocket in the 30 years that I've lived here. I've come here to make two simple points that really emerge from the scriptures, from the Bible. One is we all love Santa Fe and we take great pride in the quality of our community. And from the biblical point of view, the real measure of the quality of a community is its care for those who are most vulnerable, for those who might be on the margins, for those who need opportunities that they may not have. That's the real measure of the quality of a community. And so if we're concerned about the quality of the community life in Santa Fe, we really want to pass on this measure to the voters to vote on it so that we can provide affordable housing for those who can't afford housing. Second, again, from a biblical point of view, the welfare of a community, everybody will benefit from those who can't afford housing to be adequately housed. It won't simply be those who can't afford housing. Everyone in our community will benefit. We'll be a far better, healthier, stronger community. We'll have our workers, as people have said, be able to live in Santa Fe and not arrive home exhausted. We'll have our children who are growing up here be able to buy a home here and stay close to their families. We'll be a much better community for all. So this is not simply a benefit for those who are on the margins, those who can't afford housing, which is so vitally important. It's really a benefit to all of us. So I enthusiastically support this ordinance. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Catherine Shara?
Thank you, Mayor and City Councilors. My name is Catherine Shira, and I'm a resident of Santa Fe. I would like to voice my strong support for Councilor Cassett and Councilwoman Villarreal's bill to create a high-end excise tax for affordable housing. This tax will create a sustainable source of income for affordable housing in the city and may have other benefits as well, such as discouraging rapid repeat sales of properties in the city. I would also like to express my strong support for the language in the bill that creates an exemption for transfers of a principal residence between parents and grandparents and their children or grandchildren. This exemption will assist long-term city residents in building and maintaining intergenerational wealth. I urge the members of the council to give this bill their full support and to work to bring it to the ballot. Finally, I would like to see the city and county of Santa Fe work together to expand this initiative to create a mechanism to tax sales of properties in high-end residential subdivisions such as Las Campanas, which lie just outside city limits. Properties in these neighborhoods would not be subject to taxation under the bill under consideration this evening. It is likely that a substantial proportion of high-end real estate sales in the greater Santa Fe area occur in residential subdivisions lying just outside city limits. It will take a coordinated effort between the city and the county to ensure that all high-end real estate sales in the area are captured by this tax and contribute to solving the profound and growing housing crisis in the greater Santa Fe area. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Who's next, Madam Clerk?
Kristen?
Hello, good evening. My name is Kristen Woods. I grew up in Santa Fe and I work and live here now. And I am just here this evening to say that I support the tax and I hope that it is added to the public vote. So thank you so much for letting me speak this evening. Have a good night.
Thank you.
Wild Earth Guardians.
Sorry, that's Madeline Carey. I live in District 2. I'm 31. I'm a mother. I grew up in Albuquerque and moved to Santa Fe in 2014 for a job at a local nonprofit. In 2020, I became a homeowner on the east side through sheer luck when my landlord offered to sell me my home off market at appraised value. Since then, my home has rapidly increased in value, and at some point in the next decade, will be worth over $1 million. If I was to ever sell it, I'd potentially be impacted by this tax coming and going, so they would say, and I wholeheartedly support it. It's heartbreaking to hear stories of my peers, of young people in this community and young mothers who are not able to have the stability that I do. And in my professional work as an environmental advocate, I was recently introduced to the term polycrisis to speak to the intersectionality and the interconnectedness of issues like the climate crisis, like the housing crisis, like the growing inequality gap in our community and in our country. And I think that this is a reasonable, logical, and critical step for our community to take. So I hope that this body passes it and puts it to the voters. And I'm committed to using my professional skill set to work with my neighbors, many of whom are individuals who own homes worth over $1 million, to get their support for this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hernan Gomez.
Hello, Mayor and City Councilors. Thank you so much for your time. I'm in support of this actually going to be voted on from going to a bill to actually have it on the ballot. But I remember back in 2008 when this actually was voted on. There was an excise tax that unfortunately, because a lot of out-of-state realtors and developers were calling this a home tax, they kind of swayed the vote against an excise tax here in Santa Fe. So I'm just hoping that this time around, because so many of us are struggling, like I was born and raised here in Santa Fe. I happen to live with my family. I'm 31 years old because I can't afford to live here on my own. It's really difficult for a lot of us to actually have a home here in Santa Fe. I'm just hoping that a lot of the people, once this actually goes to the voting phase, people are aware, and there's no propaganda from the realtors or developers saying that this is a tax on homes. If people can afford even a house that's 600 or 750,000, they can afford the 15 to 20,000 in taxes to actually invest in our city and to allow for us to continue to live here in Santa Fe. And I really hope this goes through. It's really important for a lot of us. Like I said, I can't afford to live here, and I'm 31. Like I can't even imagine like the feeling a lot of the teenagers from Earthcare are feeling, because I know that feeling. So it's really important that it actually passes. But thank you all for your time.
Thank you.
Miss Stephanie Mananato.
Thank you, Stephanie Beninato. I certainly feel that this measure should go to voters. I won't really say that I have mixed feelings, but I am a person who has bought a property that I've worked on for probably 20 years with a lot of diligence, a lot of sweat equity. And because of inflation, the homes in South Capitol, amazingly, are like $800,000. And I feel like, I don't know, like I'm going to be penalized in that way. I wish that the tax could be on second, third, and fourth homes, because to me, those people are the ones who aren't here, who aren't really contributing. And to assume that everybody who might have a house that suddenly is worth $1 million, and I'm really talking about homes that are, they're not like run down or anything, because the run down homes without the foundations and the leaky roofs are $500,000. But, you know, just sort of regular kind of homes are $800,000. So if you can't do second, third, or fourth home tax, and I think there's some restrictions, maybe excise tax is better. Could you put the excise tax clearly in the buyer's category so that they would clearly have to pay it and it wouldn't come out of the seller's part? And also, if you could put some kind of cost of living increase in whatever the starting point is, I think that too would really be helpful. And I really would not support starting at $600,000. I think I really, I'm telling you, I want to move. I've been trying to move and I can't afford to move. Thank you.
Thank you.
Diana Woods.
Hi, I'm Diana Woods. I've been a resident of Santa Fe since 1979. Mayor, councilors, thank you for allowing me to speak. And thank you to Councilors Villarreal and Cassett for this ordinance, and Alex Ladd for the great presentation. I understand why the Realtor Association is opposing this. Their job is to get their buyers and sellers the best deal possible. But I've been a realtor since 1972, and I strongly support this transfer tax. I've always appreciated the mixture of wealthy and working class folks, of newcomers and original settlers here in Santa Fe. This is a very special place, and now we are way out of balance. Santa Fe is in a crisis. Who do we want to be going forward? I suspect that if we explain to our buyers and sellers of $2 million, $3 million, $7 million houses that Santa Fe requires a one-time 3% tax on their purchase price over $1 million, so that our long-term residents, the folks who have created this wonderful culture here, can afford to stay and keep their children here, that is what this money is for, then I suspect that most people would understand and gladly accept the need for this excise tax. Yes, we have $3 million a year for 2 years into affordable housing. And we have the inclusionary zoning funds that have helped build homes and affordable rentals all over town, but it is not enough, not nearly enough. And the income is not permanent enough for the city to make a plan that will increase affordable housing over the next years to increase a balance of wealthy and lower income workers to live here together. That is equitable. Thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you very much.
Ruben Macias.
Yes, hello. Thank you so much, Mayor Alan Weber, city councilors. I just want to first say my name is Ruben Macias. I work from HomeWise. I really am impressed by what the councilors Villarreal and Cassett put together here, and I want to throw my full support behind this. I commend the Affordable Housing Trust Fund and their community partners doing such a great job, and I think this is modest, can be a lot more ambitious, but a great start. So I throw my full support behind this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Nat Dean.
Hello, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council. I would like to encourage this to go to the ballot, and something that I think is important in the long-range planning around placing the tax onto the larger home sales figures in whatever configuration is decided, but that we really work as a community to provide enough accessible housing so that the housing units, or a large proportion of housing units that are built, will have accessibility features that allow people to age in place, or people to be able to work from home who have significant disabilities. This can be different height counters, roll-in showers, walk-in baths, no steps, parking spaces that are close to where their unit would be, because we have now a growing number. It's 28% of people have some kind of disability. That's not a minority anymore. That's a very significant part of the population profile. And where we work, we spend money and we do things like others. And I think it's a very valuable way to continue to grow the population, that a city with a population where we embrace diversity from all perspectives. Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor, members of the committee.
Thank you.
Edgar?
Hola, buenas tardes. I'm going to speak Spanish. Is okay? I'm going to take it in Spanish. I'm going to translate, okay?
Go ahead.
Okay. Buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Edgar Talavera. Soy miembro de la organización Air Care, Poder Familiar. Vivo en el lado sur de la ciudad de donde mis hijos están creciendo, formando sus raíces. Tengo solamente un hijo de 14 años. Les agradezco que me den la oportunidad de expresarles cómo ha sido tener vivienda no asequible y digna. Soy padre soltero y estoy a cargo de mi hijo. Tengo que salir a trabajar con un salario mínimo en un trabajo de medio tiempo y con eso cubrir todas las necesidades de mi hijo y mías. Soy estudiante también, por eso tengo medio turno. Mi solución es rentar un cuarto de mi traila y estar amontonados sin espacio suficiente y sin privacidad con otra familia. Miembros del Consejo Municipal, ¿ustedes creen que esto es justo y digno para nosotros vivir de esta manera? No soy el único que vive en estas circunstancias. Créanme que muchas familias viven amontonadas en apartamentos pequeños, trailas y casitas de renta por el simple hecho de no pagar un espacio digno para ellos y sus hijos. Por otra parte, soy una persona que vive al día y no puedo darme el lujo de tomar un día fuera o simplemente de enfermarme, ya que si lo hago, corro el riesgo de no tener mi renta completa o mis biles, o simplemente no poder llevar un plato de comida a mi casa. Es por eso que me gustaría pedirles a ustedes, Consejo Municipal y Alcalde, que aprueben la ordenanza 2023-23, ya que me encantaría que Santa Fe tenga una fuente de financiamiento sostenible y que garantice fondos de vivienda asequible para que todas las personas como yo, que vivimos al día con nuestro salario, puedan tener un mayor acceso a vivienda en nuestra comunidad. Muchas gracias.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Sierra?
Hi, good afternoon. I'm going to be speaking in Spanish as well. Muchas gracias. Buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Zaira Lozano. Yo soy miembro de la organización de Earth Care, de Poder Familiar. Yo vivo en el lado sur de la ciudad en donde mi hijo está creciendo y está formando sus raíces. Les agradezco que me den la oportunidad de expresarles de cómo ha sido de no tener vivienda no accesible y no digna. Yo soy mamá soltera y tengo un niño de 5 años. Yo estuve sin vivienda hace 5 años y ahora rento aquí en Santa Fe, pero los precios de la renta están subiendo mucho. Yo trabajo medio tiempo de la casa, el cual es un privilegio muy grande que no muchas personas tienen, pero nomás puedo trabajar medio tiempo por la edad de mi hijo y por la falta de cuidado infantil, el cual es muy caro y muy escaso. También tendría que escoger entre pagar mi renta o pagar el cuidado infantil, el cual muchas personas se sienten así. Una solución pudiera ser tener un segundo empleo, pero eso no me aseguraría de que cubra todas mis necesidades de mi hijo y las mías. Ahora veo que la renta en mi pequeño apartamento sube cada vez más y es difícil encontrar algún lugar digno para vivir, mientras mi salario no lo puede cubrir todo. A veces estoy viviendo de cheque a cheque y a veces me falta para la comida o para otras cosas, otros gastos que tengo. Soy una persona que vive al día y no puedo darme el lujo de tomar un día fuera, especialmente como soy mamá soltera. No me puedo enfermar porque si me falta dinero no puedo cubrir mis gastos de mi luz o de mis biles o de mi renta. Por eso me gustaría pedirles a ustedes, el Consejo Municipal y al alcalde, que por favor aprueben la ordenanza a prueba de estos taxes, ya que nos apoyaría a nosotros los latinos para seguir creciendo y para poder tener una vivienda asequible y que sea segura.
Thank you.
Gracias.
Thank you very much.
Jess Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council. My name is Jess Clark. And both of my parents grew up in Santa Fe, but as they became young parents, they were unable to buy a house in the neighborhoods that they grew up in. In turn, I grew up believing that owning a home would always be out of my reach. And since then, housing in Santa Fe has only become more exclusionary. Thanks to lucky timing and HomeWise, I'm now able to raise my own child in a home, neighborhood, and city that I love. Unfortunately, many of my peers have been displaced from our hometown, and the rate at which they are leaving seems to be growing year to year. In addition to grieving the loss of my peers as neighbors, I've worked in the nonprofit sector for the last decade, and I've seen firsthand the impact that less and less affordable housing has had on our ability to hire and retain staff that respond to the needs of our community members when they most need support. This excise tax is one of the many tools we need to increase access to housing, and I applaud the co-sponsors of this bill. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Josie Butler.
Hi there, my name is Josie Butler. I'm the Associate Director of New Mexico Interfaith Housing, and I'm speaking on behalf of myself and my organization in saying that we are in favor of the high-end home excise tax. New Mexico Interfaith Housing is a nonprofit affordable housing developer based in Santa Fe. Our most recent project, Seiler Yard, was made possible with the aid of funds from the Affordable Housing Trust Fund. The city of Santa Fe granted us $2.3 million in the form of donated land and permit and fee waivers, and $400,000 in cash funding for the project, $200,000 of which came from the trust fund. The donation of these funds, including the trust fund grant, enabled our organization to leverage that money into a $16.5 million in other funds. Money from the trust fund is what enables tax credit projects like Seiler Yard to come to fruition. Finding a permanent source of funding for the trust fund is imperative to helping the growth of affordable housing in Santa Fe. There is no question about that. From what I can gather, those against this tax are not against permanently funding the trust fund. So if the disagreement people have about this tax is not the function of the Affordable Housing Trust Fund, nor is it questions about the manner and body through which the funds are dispersed, and it seems the chief complaint is that this tax is viewed by some as an unfair burden placed on a specific group in our Santa Fe community. I've even heard some go as far as to characterize this tax as a punishment against the wealthy. And while I can understand why some may feel this way, I would encourage people who are against this tax to take a moment and view it in a different light. Wouldn't it be a wonderful thing if people buying $1 million plus homes had the immense pleasure and opportunity to be a good Samaritan to their community and neighborhood and contribute a donation that might help a waitress and her family stay in Santa Fe by being housed in an affordable rental complex, or a cashier at a grocery store finally affording a house of his own in a town he grew up in with down payment assistance, or a local artist receive rental assistance. Those are the things that we can change in this community and make it more equitable for everyone if City Council allows this to go to vote in November. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much.
Anthony? Anthony?
Yes, hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, thank you, Mr. Mayor and city councilors. My name is Anthony Guida. I'm an architect here in Santa Fe. I'm a member of the American Institute of Architects, vice chair of the Historic Districts Review Board, and president of nonprofit Friends of Architecture Santa Fe. I'm speaking in strong support of the real estate transfer tax proposal brought forward by councilors Cassett and Villarreal. I believe this measure is a modest and easy step towards housing equity in Santa Fe. I don't believe that this measure is at all unfair. It's a small tax on our wealthiest home buyers to pay their fair share in an unbalanced and far from free housing market. The 3% tax on transactions over $1 million pales in comparison to the 6% that realtors make on every single transaction, pales in comparison to the doubling of home equity that myself and many other homeowners have benefited from in the last 10 years or so, thanks to the circumstances of when we were born and got into the housing market, thanks to federal homeowner tax subsidies that benefit people of higher incomes, and thanks to exclusionary zoning and public processes that prevent the creation of new and affordable housing in cities like Santa Fe. People of relative means must understand that we benefit at the expense of the poor and the working poor in a heavily skewed housing market. Study after study shows the incredible number of homeless that were recently housed and the direct line between the cost of housing and the homeless citizens that we see on our streets. This is about paying one's fair share. It's a small but important measure that we can or step that we can take towards creating an affordable and more sustainable Santa Fe for all. I urge the entire city council to demonstrate the values of this community and vote unanimously to move this measure towards the ballot in November. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Who's next, Madam Clerk?
Mayor, there's no more hands up in the on Zoom. If there's anybody on Zoom that would like to speak to this item, if you could please raise your virtual hand.
Is there anyone left in the Zoom room who wants to speak on this? Now's the time to raise your hand. Same for this auditorium. If you'd like to speak before we conclude this part of the hearing, now would be the time to come forth and speak to the council. Okay, thank you. That completes that part of the agenda. Why don't you take us to the next item, Madam Clerk, and then we'll take a break after that.
Yes, Mayor, the next item on the agenda is item 19A. It's consideration of a bill number 2023-15. It's an adoption of an ordinance sponsored by Mayor Weber and Councilor Lindell. It's a bill amending SFCC 1987, section 2-4.6 to increase the city manager's non-pandemic contract approval authority to $200,000, amending section 11-13 to strike language regarding contract authority and amending section 20-1.4 by removing the city manager's pandemic specific authority.
So this is also a opportunity for people to speak to this.
Correct, Mayor. This is a public hearing, and I will note that 2 amendments were approved, and this will be renoticed for another public hearing with the amended caption for the August 9th meeting. However, if there's any individuals that would like to comment on this version of the bill or for this bill, they can do so at this time.
And that holds for both in this auditorium or on the Zoom call.
That's correct.
So let's see if there is any commentary from our residents. There's a hand up, I believe, Madam Clerk. There's a hand up in the Zoom room, I believe.
Yes, Mayor. Stephanie Beninato.
Go ahead. You have the floor for 2 minutes.
Thank you very much, Stephanie Beninato. I'm opposed to the rise to $200,000. I just feel that there'll be too many items that will go through without any kind of oversight. And I would advocate for a lower amount, again, with the cost of living increase for inflation, so that it just the increase happens based on some actual data that justifies the increase. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to comment on this proposal? Are there other hands up? Is there anyone here? We're going to have to post this anyway, so I think that would complete the public hearing. Yes, Councilwoman.
Thank you, Mayor. I was just curious if this was the time that the sponsors could explain the amendments. I think they're important, and those of us that do not serve on Public Works, on the Public Works Committee, didn't get to hear the adjustments, and I think they're significant. So
okay,
it would be helpful. Thank you.
Sure. Who wants to go over the amendments that have been made to this?
I'm going to arm wrestle Councillor Cassett. And the amendments that were adopted at Public Works, Public Utilities are sponsored by Councillor Cassett, myself, and Councillor Rivera, who's excused tonight. And they do two things. Let's see. First one, Amendment A, which was adopted and is part of the bill, would phase in an increase in the city manager's contract signing authority, and make it so that in this fiscal year that began July 1st, 2023, the amount of that signing authority would increase to $150,000, and then in FY 24, that signing authority would move to $200,000. And then Amendment B, which was also adopted and is now part of the bill, pulling it up, would require that the city manager on a monthly basis publish a list of all contracts the city manager had approved at or above the signing authority. So in this fiscal year, any contracts signed at 150,000 or less would be listed and provided both to the governing body and to the city's website within 10 business days of the end of the month. Also allows the city manager to have a designee to facilitate compiling and publishing the list. And Councillor Cassett, I'll defer to you if I missed something.
You completed all of that, but I think talking about you're the one who's leading the long-term strategy. So back to you in terms of some of the logic behind this, and in terms of, I really appreciate Councilor Merworth's vision about how we can continue to have oversight, but as we're really looking at the balance of how do we continue to move the city forward efficiently, because we know that it is very important when things get slowed down, projects get slowed down. There's a lot of work for staff, but it's really important that we can move things through, but it's also important that we continue to have that financial oversight. So Councilor Merworth, I would defer to you on this one.
Okay, so now we're not arm wrestling, we're volleying, maybe pickleball or something. We'll get Councilor Lindell involved. Yeah, so I think the idea here is that we would phase in the contract level so that I foresee in the next year or so, as the audits are completed, that the Finance Committee will be able to do a lot more oversight of how the budget is spent, and we'll be able to look at audited numbers to understand where we're spending as the budget approval levels whether we're above or below or at the budgeted levels, and we'll have other ways of kind of monitoring spending and not just reviewing contracts. So it's the idea is that 150,000 helps the city, I think, particularly with multi-year contracts. So we are seeing more multi-year contracts, and they could quickly exceed the current authority of 60,000. And so we want, I think there is a real need to raise the contract authority. But at the same time, we need some time to put in place other ways of oversight and monitoring of spending. Did I hit it?
That respond to your question?
Yes, thank you for those additions. The only question I had was if you could explain maybe just the reasoning for the change for applicable taxes. You took out state and local gross receipts taxes. Could you explain that a little bit more?
We essentially just wanted to make it as broad as possible so that we are not potentially excluding any other taxes that might be utilized. So it still includes state and local gross receipts, but then can also be a broader category in case there's anything that we missed or something abnormal comes up.
Thank you.
Good. Very good. We're not taking action on this tonight. It's just having the hearing.
Mayor, we would like to recommend that that there's a motion on the floor to postpone to August 9th, and we will be voting on it.
And I
So
guess
moved.
Second.
there's a motion and a second to postpone to the 9th of August. Is there discussion? Madam Clerk, you want to call the roll on that motion?
Councilor Worth,
Yes.
Councilwoman Villarreal,
Yes.
Councilor Cassett,
Yes.
Councilor Chavez, yes, Councilor Michael Garcia,
Yes.
Councilor Lindell, Mayor Weber.
Yes.
Motion has been approved.
Mayor,
Yes. Council.
can I recommend that we change the agenda yet again and go to matters from the city attorney?
Yes. I would entertain that motion.
So moved.
So we'll come back and the city manager will certainly have his opportunity, but I think getting into the executive session and taking up the issues there would be worthwhile. Can you call the roll on the motion to move the city attorney's matter ahead of the city manager?
Mayor, can I get clarification on who the second was for that motion? I had Councilor Worth with the main motion.
Oh, I guess so seconded.
Okay,
instead of so
I
moved.
didn't have a
Let's
second.
change my verbiage there.
All right, perfect. Councilwoman Villarreal,
Yes.
Councilor Cassett,
Yes.
Councilor Chavez,
Yes.
Councilor Michael Garcia,
Yes.
Councilor Lindell, Councilor Worth,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes.
Motion has
Thank you very much. City attorney, you have the floor.
Mayor Weber, thank you. I do recommend that we go into executive session pursuant to section 1015(1), part H, and I'm actually recommending an additional subpart in relation to the item that's been moved after executive session related to the union agreement, the collective bargaining agreement. So I'm adding subpart 5, which is discussion of bargaining strategy preliminary to collective bargaining negotiations. In addition to the threatened and pending litigation, specifically City of Santa Fe versus the Board of County Commissioners of Santa Fe County.
Mayor,
Councilor Mayor Worth.
I move that we enter into executive session pursuant to Open Meetings Act, section 10-15H, subparts 5 and 7. Discussion of bargaining strategy preliminary to collective bargaining negotiations and discussion of threatened or pending litigation in which the governing body is or may be a participant.
Second.
There's a motion and a second to go into executive session. Is there discussion? Madam Clerk, can you call the roll, please?
Yes, Councilor Cassett,
Yes.
Councilor Chavez, Councilor Michael Garcia, Councilor Lindell, Councilor Worth,
Yes.
Councilwoman Villarreal,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes,
You can go into exec.
very good. For those of you who are still here, we're going to go meet in the other room for a while. I don't know Exactly how long it will be, my guess is at least until 10 o'clock at the rate we're going. So just be aware of that. You know about this? Let me see what I can find out for you.
Mr. Mayor, I can provide a response to this.
You know about this?
So this will be for introduction of legislation. Petitions from the floor were the perfect opportunity, and unfortunately, they had already passed at 7 o'clock. So that was going to be the opportunity that if you guys would be able to speak to this, there will not be public comment on this. But there will be opportunity from petitions from the floor in 2 weeks, and you can come and speak to those then. I will be happy to, when I introduce, I will have the opportunity to speak. So I will be happy to provide some information. If you want to email me, you're more than welcome to.
Yes.
We still streaming live? Madam Clerk? Are we live? Okay. I'm going to call us back into order and ask Councilor Mayor Worth to make a motion
Oh, dear.
as the torch has been passed for tonight from Council.
Hold on.
Secret words.
I know. We're missing our fearless leader.
We don't have our go-to guy.
So I seek guidance from the city attorney. I just turned this language around, right? I state for the record something to the effect.
Mayor Weber, councilors, that the matters were limited to those in the motion to go into executive session. I think that should be sufficient.
It's a motion, right?
Yes.
Bring us back into session, stating for the record that we only discussed the things that I said in my previous motion, which is bargaining strategy, preliminary to collective bargaining negotiations, and discussion of threatened or pending litigation in which the governing body is or may be a participant.
There's a motion. There's a second. All in favor, say aye. Opposed? Motion carries. So, Madam Clerk, you want to take us to the next item on the agenda?
The next item is matters from the city manager.
All right. Mr. Blair, you have the floor, sir.
I just have a 25-minute set. Let me try out some new material. We'll be okay. Are you guys warm enough? Still cold. Okay. All right. I'm back. Couple quick updates for y'all. First of all, just want to flag, we had a successful year-end close for the end of the fiscal year. We also had a couple kinks, but we're able to successfully upload the budget and all the new documents for fiscal year 24 into the system. So we're up and running, and that's going great. We love it. We are making steady progress on the update of our public safety radio system. We've begun the process of flashing all the radios so that we can make the transition to the state system, and we're on track to have that done by the middle of August so we can utilize the system for a few weeks, our first responders, before we get to the ZOBRA. So that's all great progress. I know that we are working, I think I've submitted already at this point in the week, the draft ICIP to DFA. They had moved up the deadline. And I believe that Director Wheeler reached out to all of you to talk about some of the priorities in the list and what we're doing. It will still come through the governing body for you all to vote on and to discuss. So there's still plenty of opportunity for your continued input, but just wanted to flag that we made that, got that across the first finish line. We'll flag for you, I don't know if the mayor will speak to this, but on Friday, he and I participated in a roundtable event with Senators Lujan and Heinrich and Mitch Landrieu, who is the former mayor of New Orleans. He was elected right on the back end of Katrina and is currently serving as President Biden's infrastructure guru or liaison. And so they had invited some mayors and some city officials from what seemed to be predominantly northern New Mexico, but across New Mexico to come meet to talk about how to access federal dollars and all the bills they've been passing to try to bring the dollars into the door. Coincidentally, the mayor and I had a really productive meeting last week with Congresswoman Teresa Ledger Fernandez about, among other things, affordable housing. And again, how do we get more technical support in the municipalities to be able to access this federal funding? And she offered up her office to be a resource, which we appreciate. So we'll follow up back with them. Second to last thing to flag is I want to comment a little bit on the situation that we're in where the AFSCME union has voted down the proposal for the 3% increase in salary. Some of the union leadership spoke tonight and suggested that the city had been unwilling to collaborate, which I would say is disingenuous at best, more likely false and misleading. I'll make one point that I want to make is that some have asked, well, can't the governing body just vote to give the 3% raise to the AFSCME employees anyway? And that actually would be a violation of the Public Employees Bargaining Act, or PEBA. And so we're not in a place that, despite the concern that the governing body has expressed about how this is going to negatively impact the AFSCME members, who are going to lose out both on money in their pockets, but money into their retirement accounts. It's not something that we can just proactively or unilaterally do to put on top of the AFSCME membership. But One thing I want to flag is when you look at the last 5 years of city service, so from 2018 on, we have seen continued salary increases given to AFSCME members, and I want to walk through that briefly. So in July of 2018, there was a 2% salary increase for all AFSCME bargaining unit members. In July of 2019, there was a 1% average salary increase with regard to equity pay. On top of that, there was an 8% average salary increase for all AFSCME bargaining unit members as a result of class and comp. And on top of that, there was a 2% salary increase across the board for all AFSCME bargaining unit members. In 2020, there was not an increase. Height of COVID, I think there were some austerity measures, and I think the government at the time was trying to make sure they didn't have to do anything to remove employees, or it's 10:15 and I can't think of my words, but lay anybody off or furlough anyone. Cut back to July of 2021, there was a 4% salary increase for all AFSCME members. In FY22, there was an 8% salary increase that happened in July of 22. At the same time, in fiscal year 22, we gave every city employee a $2,000 retention bonus. When you get to fiscal year 23, we also provided an additional $2,000 retention incentive to all city employees. And that doesn't even factor into, well, I don't have the exact dollar amount, what I think is millions of dollars that the city put in on behalf of employees to keep their healthcare costs from going up during the COVID pandemic. Now, if you compare those 5 years to the 10 years before that, there were 5 years of those 10 years where there were no salary increases at all. There were, I think, 3 years of a 4% increase and 2 years of a 2% increase. And so I think what you all have approved through the budgeting process over the last 5 years have been meaningful and long-term significant increases in salaries. And I want to flag, we have to remember that each increase compounds upon the increase before it. And so even if you look at the last few years, 8% plus 4% doesn't mean people's salaries just went up 12%. It's a compounding effect that makes it bigger and bigger for all employees. And so I just feel that, what you all approved this year was an allocation and a management proposal of 3% to 1%. And I just want to remind anyone who's still listening at 10:20 at night that the reasoning behind that proposal of giving a 1% salary increase to anyone who's making more than $100,000 a year was to ensure that no one's salary went down because of the increased costs around healthcare or para. And then the 3% for all employees under $100,000 was deemed an effort to be more equitable in trying to boost the salaries of those employees who make less than others, and to trying to be promoting what are largely many of our AFSCME members who are making less than $100,000 a year to try to put more money in their pocket. So I just wanted to, before the night ended, wanted to make sure that something was said about that. Finally, I just want to say, it's been a couple of weeks since we've had a general meeting. I know we had a special meeting last week, but I couldn't be more proud of the city staff that contributed to IFAM this last weekend. I know there's some consternation about, well, is it in the right place? And what about shuttles? And I think, there were some lessons learned from the organizers, but the sheer volume of people who had extraordinary things to say about city employees, parks, streets, you name it, people who were involved all across the board, it was a huge success. When you add that to these amazing concerts that are happening, I know a few of you were at Ozo Motley dancing your tails off in the rail yard, concerts on the plaza, the spray downs we've been doing, the movies in the park. There's really some extraordinary activity going on this summer that the city is putting on. And I'm hopeful that everyone will keep encouraging all of your residents and constituents to get out there and enjoy these things that we're putting on for free. On a flag as well, I think you all know that we had a water line break of some sort at the main library a week ago Monday. So the 3rd of July happened at the very tail end of the workday. We actually, I approved administrative leave for staff to go home about an hour before normal closing. 4th of July hit, staff were there. We had to wait for vendors to come on Wednesday. They came Wednesday, and ultimately they were able to fix it a lot faster than they thought. So we opened up again on Tuesday. We allowed library staff back in Monday. And so there's still some work to be done, but they're able to mitigate the problem and remediate any sort of damage to ensure that patrons and residents could still enjoy the library. So I'm grateful both to the facilities team, the public works team, public utilities team, the library team for being flexible and really just knocking out of the park to get what is, you know, what we know in city government is things break. So you just have to move as fast as you can to get them fixed. So as always, I'm incredibly proud of the team. And that's it, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Blair. Madam Clerk, I believe the next item is
That would be me.
communications from you.
Yep, matters from the city clerk. I don't have a lot. I just want to thank everyone that joined us for Movie in the Park at Via Linda Mall Park, which is also Santa Fe Place. But the park name didn't change. So anyways, we had an amazing turnout, and the number of individuals that come up to us, that thank us, that interact with my department, with the police department, with the fire department, with environmental services, it is just really the coolest thing, and how thankful and grateful everyone is to be participating in these free events on just is really great. I can't say enough about it. I will say that because we have had such an amazing turnout, we are looking at adding one more movie in the park and another spray down to our calendar for August. And we've also had such a successful teen night series. So we've been doing Bicentennial Pool. We had GCC prior to that. We're working right now with the rec division to host a teen movie night, a back to school teen movie night that'll be specific for teens. We're nailing down some details for that, but just really exciting that we have had a really great season, and we're actually looking at adding more events because of the demand from our community. So huge thanks to Alexandria Mares, who continues to coordinate these events, and other staff from my department that pitches in and attends, creates the graphics, creates the social media, takes photos for them, all of the things. That's mostly what I wanted to say. We're adding lots of content in all the areas. And I did want to give a really special shout out to Lawrence Moss and Michaela Beggins. Our social media platform not only looks phenomenal, but we are increasing engagement every single week. And they've put a lot of effort into making sure we have quality, accurate, all the things of information. And you can really see with our engagement levels, the leaps and bounds that we're taking on that front. So that's what I got.
Thank you. Which then takes us to communications from the governing body. So let's go through the numbers. Councilor Cassett.
Thanks so much, Mr. Mayor. I don't think I have very much this evening, although I will say that Councilor Chavez and I are attending our 20th high school reunion. And that, right? No, but like, it just doesn't feel like we've been out of high school for 20 years. But anyway, so if anybody graduated Santa Fe High in 2003 and you are unaware, there is a high school reunion this Saturday. And so apparently I think we might be old now. Is that how that works? Anyway, no, we're not. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing. Councilor Merworth, do you have anything to share?
Oh, man, we are a tired bunch tonight. What do I have? I just want to say that I have heard many compliments about the folk art market over the weekend, and all the work of the city staff. And I have to say congratulations and thank you for all the people who have worked so hard in the planning and the execution. And, you know, I'm sure there was lots of overtime and above and beyond efforts given. And I think it paid off because I've heard a lot of positive feedback. So just want to reflect that. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. And I believe Councilor Lindell has the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. Just quickly, again, on the folk art mart. I heard such nice things about staff. I was told specifically by several people how helpful Sam Burnett was. Just so helpful about it. And also a thank you to the Hawanis for doing the 4th of July event. I wasn't there, but I heard that it was super successful. and people had a wonderful time. So, you know, they do a lot for this city, and we're grateful. So thank you, Mayor.
Great, thank you. Councilwoman Villarreal.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll just talk about my birthday since we're going personal. I'm just
Let's-
kidding. I actually had a great birthday week off, and I did dance a lot, and I did make it to the International Folk Art Market on the hottest day of the weekend, and people were still enjoying themselves and buying. And I talked to a lot of vendors and asked them what they thought. And so the feedback I did get, I actually shared with some of the organizers. So I think it's just, you know, ways to improve as we go along. And I think having more space was really, it was helpful for the vendors and folks that were attending. The heat was what really got, I think, everybody. It was really hard to be around. I mean, just to be in that kind of heat. But there were shady spots and, you know, green spaces, unlike the other space before. So I think there's lessons learned, and, you know, we'll move forward with that and see how we can improve it. And I'm just thankful for city staff to be able to be part of that. Part of this celebration, and it's important economic driver, and there's a lot of benefits that happen across the city in so many different ways. The other thing is I was going to talk about my 30th high school reunion, but I won't.
Please do.
That's this year too. So I beat you all by 10 years and we're having a party next month. So yeah. And there was something else I wanted to add. Just, I wasn't around, but I heard great things about the 4th of July celebration, and also pancakes on the plaza, and how many people were waiting a lot in line for pancakes to support the cause. So overall, I think it was successful week of celebration for Santa Fe. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just want to give a shout out to some new youth champions, some young athletes in Santa Fe. We've got 2 different titles that were brought home. We've got the 13U Little League boys team that are the New Mexico State champions, as well as the senior young women's softball team from Santa Fe state champions. And so they'll be representing us in Houston, Texas here in a couple of weeks, playing for the regional title. And hopefully they bring that home, and then we can send them off to the national champion.
Yeah.
So go Team Santa Fe boys team and the young women's softball team.
Super. Thank you. Councilor Chavez.
Thank you. I don't have a lot to say other than I missed you all. I felt like I hadn't seen you in months, even though it was just like a little over a week. And I just also wanted to shout out Alexandria Mares. She is kind of like the background. I don't think anyone really understands how much work she puts in. She's always happy, and she's always delivering customer service while she's making sure that all of the events that we have are successful. So I see it. I also appreciate her involvement in MIAB. I think she's brought a really wonderful energy to that group that has actually probably helped our engagement because she really, we leave those meetings now with her having like actionable steps to what the kiddos want to focus on. So please just emphasize to her that she is having great impact and that I see it. Thank you.
I'm going to go last. I'm going to run through some things that I think are worth mentioning. You guys have touched on a lot of things. The IFAM event was truly remarkable. Most nations ever, most money ever. And in the face of people saying it was going to be a big fiasco because it was a new location, there's a lot of naysayers. So it's, as Councilor Lindell likes to point out, there are only 2 things people in Santa Fe don't like: change and the way things are. In this case, it was a big change, and it was really well done by everybody, by the vendors, by the organizers. City team got huge kudos from all of the IFAM folks. So it is possible to try something new. It's never flawless. There are always going to be ways to improve it, but it was a really wonderful event. And the Parade of Nations down at the rail yard was so much fun, a passionate and very powerful speech by a woman from Ukraine. Was supposed to have been joined by a male artist who couldn't go because he'd been conscripted into the military. And that's powerful stuff. And I honestly don't think you could have a folk art market like this anywhere else in America. There were more than 2,000 volunteers, and many of them were Peace Corps veterans who were helping the nation they had worked on when they were in the Peace Corps. So big deal. Before that, I went over to the soft opening of the Knuckles Brewery. Highly recommend it. They've been working on it for a long time. Bill Banowski and his team, and congratulations to them. Congratulations to the 11 cadets who will be joining class 36 in the fire department on the 24th. That's a big deal. Getting more good firefighters in our town is non-trivial. Congratulations to Santa Fe. We're number 2. Travel and Leisure Magazine rated us number 2 in the United States and number 21 in the world as far as cities that people want to go to. There are only 2 cities on the top 25 travel and leisure international list, Charleston and Santa Fe. That's cool. Coming up tomorrow is the Chamber of Commerce Business Achievements Awards ceremony at the Convention Center. On Sunday, the Archbishop is hosting an interfaith nuclear vigil, and it's the 78th anniversary of the Trinity test. We'll be celebrating the Accessibility Awards, commemorating 33rd ADA anniversary, coming up on Tuesday next. As the city clerk noted, spray down and movies coming up, maybe not the final ones, but the 3rd spray down on Saturday, the 29th, and the movie night at Swan Park on the 4th. So those are, they're showing Elvis, by the way. It's a double bill. So anybody who has a gold lame suit gets in free. I want to mention, and then police. The 14th and 15th, police and fire are partnering with a Battle of the Badges blood drive, their annual who gets more people to contribute. It's at the Santa Fe Place Mall. A little bit of information on a DWI checkpoint on Sunday. The police department DWI unit, traffic unit, stood up a checkpoint on Sunday evening near Franklin Miles Park. 2 DWI arrests, 1 felony arrest, 4 fugitives apprehended, 6 traffic citations, 1 open container violation, and 3 drivers identified to be driving on revoked licenses. The police department will be continuing a sobriety checkpoint and DWI saturation patrols during the summer months. So save lives, don't drive drunk. And then I heard a great story I wanted to share with you very briefly. This was from Director Dupuy's cluing me in on this. Our source of supply section team worked from 6 a.m. till 10 p.m. on both Monday and Tuesday to respond to challenges at the Canyon Road water treatment plant. There was a pump down for repair during the single highest day water system demand seen in 10 years. That was on Monday. Some of our workers, Shane Padilla, Brian Montoya, Orlando Mendonca, worked until 10 p.m. Monday, removing 15 dump truck loads of sediment from a basin at the Canyon Road plant to create space to allow production at the treatment plant to be restored. Joe Olivas, Dylan Sutherland, Leon Ortega, Mike Martinez, Christopher Francisco, and for the second night in a row, Shane and Brian stayed till 10 p.m. Tuesday. This is amazing. Finishing the move of a 2.5 ton, 8-foot tall pump from a pump station where it could be spared to the pump station where it was needed. Moving, and this is the note that I got from John, from Jesse, actually working with John. Moving a pump this large hasn't been done with internal resources at source of supply for at least 10 years and maybe ever. Successful and safe completion of the job by city staff built confidence and internal capacity, saved city ratepayers an estimated 4 days and $30,000 to $40,000 because this crew worked long, hard hours to get the pump moved and installed. So big thank you to them for going way far above and beyond the call of duty and making a big difference and not even talking about it to anybody. The word just kind of filtered up, and I think they deserve credit and thanks for all their hard work. So that's my brief report of good news from the city of Santa Fe. Madam Clerk, what's our next item?
Mayor, next we have introduction of legislation. The first item is 16A. It's consideration of a resolution sponsored by Councillor Cassett and Councillor Villarreal. It's a resolution supporting the Neighbor to Neighbor Fund Drive for 2023.
Councillor.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. So this is, as stating, supporting the Neighbor to Neighbor Fund Drive, which raises money for the food depot. I do not have the statistics on me right now, but at the next meeting, there will be some representatives to really talk about the wide impact that the food depot has, not just in the city of Santa Fe, but across northern New Mexico. Really incredible, innovative. Calling them a food bank really does not do them justice. All the creative ways that Sherry Hooper and her team have identified to make sure that those of our community members and residents in northern New Mexico who are food insecure are able to access food, and their advocacy for anti-poverty measures across the board is really impressive. So very proud to be able to once again provide the support and this visibility to this really important fund drive. Really encourage everybody to donate what you can to such an incredible organization that has such a huge impact on our community. Thank you.
Next item, please.
The next item, Mayor, is item B, consideration of a bill 2023-22, sponsored by Councillor Rivera, Councillor Romero Worth, Councillor Cassett, and Councillor Villarreal. It's a bill amending SFCC 1987, section 12-3.9 to ban the sale and use of certain fireworks during severe drought conditions.
Councillor Rivera is not with us, but Councillor Merworth, you want to say anything about
I think it's self-explanatory. Thank you.
it? Okay. Any others? Any takers? Going once, going twice. Next item, please.
It's item C. It's consideration of a resolution sponsored by Mayor Weber. It's a resolution requesting approval of fourth quarter budget amendments and associated schedules for fiscal year 22 through 2023.
Next item, please.
Item D, consideration of bill number 2023-24, sponsored by Councillor Lindell, Councillor Cassett, and Councillor Michael Garcia. It's a bill amending SFCC 1987, section 23-5.1 and exhibit A of chapter 24, Uniform Traffic Ordinance to define and regulate unicycles and electric unicycles.
Councillor Lindell.
Thank you, Mayor. This is just a follow-up from when we worked on the bike ordinance before, and it's adding in a couple of definitions and on unicycle and electric unicycle, and putting that in the code so that it's recognized. And I think it's just something that we overlooked before, but as I had said, I didn't want to hold up the bill previously, and thank you to Councilors Garcia and Cassett for helping me get this in order to get it in front of us.
Thank you. Any other takers? All good? That would take us to the next item, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Mayor. The next item is item E. It's consideration of a resolution requesting, consideration of a resolution sponsored by Councilor Rivera. It's a resolution requesting approval of the 2025 through 2029 infrastructure capital improvement plan.
Thank you. And then I believe we have an appointment to make.
Mayor?
Yeah, point
We-
of order.
Yeah, we do need to remove,
Oh,
We have to remove the,
whatever.
we need a motion on the item 19A.
Wait, 10A.
NA. NA?
Move, do I remove? Would you like me to postpone? Move to remove item 10A from the agenda, and I imagine it'd probably be good for the city clerk to read it into the record.
second.
Madam, Clerk, identify for those who are still listening what that item says. NA.
Yes, give me 1 second. Item 10A is request for approval of amendment number 5 to the collective bargaining agreement between the city of Santa Fe and local 3999 City of Santa Fe employees of the American Federation of State, County, and Municipal Employees, Council 18, AFL-CIO, for all bargaining unit employees to receive a 3% pay increase who earn less than $100,000 annually and 1% for bargaining unit employees who earn $100,000 or more annually, the first full pay period in July of 2023.
So there's a motion to remove that from the agenda. Is there any discussion? Could you call the roll?
Yes, Counselor Michael Garcia. Counselor Lindell. Counselor Mayor Worth.
Yes.
Councilwoman Villarreal.
Yes.
Counselor Cassett.
Yes.
Sir Chavez.
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes.
Motion has been approved.
Good. Thank you for catching that. And then I do believe the only other item we need to take action on is a single appointment. Madam Clerk.
Yes, Mayor, we do have an appointment for the Sister Cities Committee of John Self. It's an appointment filling an unexpired term ending in March of 2025.
Move to approve.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Is there a discussion? Madam Clerk, could you call the roll?
Yes, Counselor Lindell. Counselor Mayor Worth.
Yes.
Councilwoman Villarreal.
Yes.
Counselor Cassett.
Yes.
Counselor Chavez.
Yes.
Counselor Michael Garcia.
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes.
Motion has been approved.
Thank you, everybody. That completes tonight's work. We are